All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. We have 12 bills on the docket, and we're going to start off with Senator Washington. I saw Senator, there you are, Senator Washington with Senate Bill 10. We'll then move on, we'll do some flexibility. So Senator, you're next, but we'll flex a little bit. Okay. And then we've got Senator Ellis, Senate Bill 101, Senate Bill 187, Senate Bill 115, Senate Bill 145, 68, 195, 172, 152, 206. But right now we're on to Senate Bill 10 with Senator Washington. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on SB 10. This bill would require the Maryland Department of Transportation State Highway Administration to approve, deny, or return as incomplete an application to install a speed monitoring system, commonly known as a speed camera, within 90 days of receipt of the application. If SHA fails to meet that deadline, the application will be deemed approved. Under the current practice, communities often wait well over a year for SHA to review and act on speed camera permit applications. These delays are not unique to one jurisdiction. They inhibit local efforts across Maryland to protect children, seniors, pedestrians, and motorists in high-injury corridors and school zones. I have personally walked multiple state highway corridors with local elected officials, community leaders, and traffic safety advocates to see firsthand the same pattern of speeding and risks that Marylanders describe in their emails to me. When drivers travel at 10 to 15 miles per hour or more over the speed limit, the risk of severe injury and death increases dramatically. Now, we know that automated speed enforcement is not a theory. We know that these speed enforcement monitors actually work and save lives. Let me be clear. This legislation is not about collecting fines from Maryland drivers because we want to move up we want to close the gap between a year and 90 days. It is about saving lives. Speed cameras are deployed in areas where speeding is documented and traffic engineers have identified risk, such as school zones and high injury corridors. The goal is to change driving behavior, not pad the budgets of the state. Marylanders overwhelmingly want safer streets. For me, multiple municipalities in Maryland have expressed support for SB 10, including Greenbelt, Riverdale Park, and Edmiston and many other jurisdictions. I have been in close communication with MDOT and SHA staff about amendments. And I agree with those several amendments of the proposals to refine the process, including clearer timelines, transparency requirements, and opportunities for engineering review. As long as we preserve the 90 to 120 days, I believe SHA is going to come in at 120 days, which I'm fine with. Approval standard that keeps this system timely and accountable. Speeding is a major factor in traffic fatalities. Too many Marylanders lose their lives on roads where studies have already identified risk. Automating the timeline for review of speed monitoring system applications does not take away power from SHA. It ensures that when local governments identify safety needs supported by engineering studies, they don't wait for months or years for a permit. In my view, safety demands speed. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on SB 10.
So this bill is not really about where to put cameras. It's just an administrative way of making sure that they answer the petition. As you know, I'm for speed cameras. In fact, I have 2 speed camera bills coming across. It will be here on the floor. So I know I have your vote for it. Because I'm going to give you my vote for this. And that's good. The timeline is good. People wait, longer than a year in order to get some answers from them. So thank you very much for putting this in.
Senator Mills, you're absolutely right. This bill is not about where the locations they go. It is about speeding up the process for which these are being approved. We can't wait another year. We can't wait until someone dies again at these intersections or at these places. So I thank you for your vote.
Thank you. In my district, where 210 is, we have caught they have caught people going as much as 140 miles an hour because, as you know, it's just straight. It's just straight down, and then there's a period where there are no lights at all. So they are aware of that, and we need something desperately done with the new technology that they have so that we can answer this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if the SHA plans to come up here, but they're going to talk, if they are, they're going to talk a little bit about some of the processes being holdups from outside entities, contractors, consultants, whatever have you. That's why we have agreed to extend it over 120 days instead of the 90 days through their amendments. But also, it's been noted by multiple municipalities and our county government that it takes a long time to get these approved. So we just we want these to be timely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill. It's a fine bill. You did say that there are going to be some changes. I took a look at the MDOT testimony. I couldn't see a request in the testimony for these changes. So you will meet with MDOT and get us the amendments that you think are desirable before we vote on the bill?
Yes, absolutely. They did, before we walked in here, they showed me some of the amendments, and I agree with some of those. One dealing with extending it from 90 days to 120 days, which is reasonable. And then also there's some staggering. What they informed me is that there's some counties that are really organized that submit 50 applications at once. And so you can't approve 50 applications in 90 days or 120 days. So they want it to be staggered, that they can approve these within a certain amount of time if they stagger them, if they're all submitted at one time. And I think it's reasonable and unfair to them to have that many, because you can submit as many as you need in your jurisdiction. But I think yes, I'll send it over to you with what we approve of, and you guys can deliberate and take a vote.
Yeah, once we get the proposed amendments, I'm sure we will consider them. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, that was my only question. That compliments for working it out with the agency, and we'll look at the amendments, and as soon as we get them, we'll go to work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks a lot. Any further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. With that, that'll conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 10. Before we move on to the next bill, Senator Sidnor, Senator 61, if there are any pages in the House, you're welcome to come up and sit on the side here. Senate pages, if you're here. We'll even allow the House pages to come and sit up here too. You know, but yeah.
Yep.
All right, Senator Sidnor with Senate Bill 61. Senator, you also have, so I see Mr. Love's up there, and then you have Anthony Muhammad and.
Right, we were just discussing, I think he is on his,
great.
On his way. Thank you.
And then Tiara Bradford from the ACLU on the way.
Yep.
She's on Zoom, never mind, okay. Excellent. Yeah,
Okay,
we got
very
it.
good. Good morning, everyone, Mr. Chair and committee, Senator Charles Sidnor with regards or testifying for Senate Bill 61. So the Division of Corrections currently provides some engagement with programs for its incarcerated individuals. However, the purpose of Senate Bill 61 is to create a formal public mechanism for formerly incarcerated individuals and other innovative community programs to work within our correctional facilities and provide services to those who are incarcerated. Senate Bill 61 will establish the release preparation program to provide access to state correctional facilities to formerly incarcerated individuals, assisting them with release preparation. Senate Bill 61 also expands the purpose of the Cannabis Regulation and Enforcement Fund to also cover those costs supporting the release preparation program. Since the division has full control over who has access to interact with incarcerated individuals, grassroots reentry organizations have had challenges accessing and providing services to them. Having formerly incarcerated people work with incarcerated individuals is an effective way to have them engaged in activities that will be productive for the person, their families, and the community, enhancing our public safety. Pursuant to Section 9619C, the division would develop a protocol registering returning citizens to subsequently have access to the detention facilities. The list of those registered would be public, and the protocol would be presented to the Attorney General's office for approval. The division, welcome. The division will establish partnerships with community-based organizations led by formerly incarcerated people to provide reentry services in those facilities. Corrections will use their volunteer management protocols to vet those partnerships, and previously incarcerated individuals that have testified to favorable experiences coming out of prison and working to prevent violence in Baltimore. It is important to codify the assistance to incarcerated individuals inside these prison facilities so that self-help programs cannot be canceled on political whims as they have been in the past. The current ecosystem of support resources is not sufficient. Groups like We Are Us, comprised of formerly incarcerated individuals, have had trouble getting into the adult facilities to help those about to be released. While they can be admitted to youth facilities, there have been more difficult times with adult facilities. The division will tell them that they can come in, but they are all sometimes denied, curbing their ability to do so with consistent programming. And really, that's what this bill is attempting to address. There's an information letter from the division or the department that we have taken a look at and certainly are willing to continue working along with them. With that, I urge this committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 61. Stand up. They want you to podium. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, committee. Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. As many of you know, this legislature last year has done a variety of different reforms, whether it's to parole or the Second Look Act that was passed last year. There are going to be more people coming home. And Delegate Pastor, who sponsored it in the House last year, came to me and said, Davon, I want to ensure that those that are coming home have the supports they need. Like, we don't want to pass a piece of legislation and then be concerned about whether or not those that are coming out are going to be fit for release. And so she asked me, who should I talk to figure out what are some of those supports that are necessary? I reached out to folks who you'll hear from, Anthony Muhammad, folks from We Are Us, people who are formerly incarcerated that work pretty directly with folks that come home. And it's been my experience that many of those that are responsible in large part for the declines in violence and homicides in Baltimore also draw from this community of folks who are formerly incarcerated that want to make positive contributions to their community and provide unique experience and expertise in terms of what are some of the things that are needed for people who are coming out of prison. What are some of those supports? And one of the things that we were told was that there are organizations that want more access to those who are incarcerated behind the walls in advance of them being released. As the senator mentioned, that there are currently programs the Department of Corrections does provide in terms of having those who are formerly incarcerated behind the walls. I think a part of the conversations that we've had is that there's a desire to have a more robust program, right? So that in addition to what Department of Corrections is already doing in that preparation, there are organizations that, again, specialize in working with this population that want to expand the robustness of the kinds of programming that the Department of Corrections I'm sure we'll talk about, and they mentioned in their letter of information. And so that's really the purpose of this piece of legislation, is to provide that additional support. And you'll hear from folks as to, from Brother Anthony Muhammad as to why the particular expertise of those who are formerly incarcerated is not additive, but is a necessary component to ensure that people reenter in a way that's effective for everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, legislative sponsor, of course. My apologies for being late. My name is Anthony Muhammad. I am a community engagement specialist with We Are Us. I also do reentry coordination for this organization as well. I've submitted written testimony, so I won't recover all of that, but what I will say is this. There's been a lot of conversation as to who deserves the credit for the 3 years of historical reductions of homicides and non-fatal shootings in Baltimore City. And in the We Are Us organization, what we will tell you is that we don't seek the credit, but what our Governor Wes Moore and our Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott both have been very vocal about is that returning citizens have played a major part in this community community organizing effort. So the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, Secretary Carolyn Struggs, has formed what she's calling a Lived Experience Committee, a group of people who are returning citizens who with her go back into the facilities. What we seek to do is to take that program and put it into law, because as we speak, there are still offense restrictions and community supervision restrictions that prevent certain people from coming back into DLC facilities. And what we know from our experience that reentry doesn't stop when a person is released from prison. In fact, reentry begins before they are released. So what we seek to do is to take this effort beyond the walls of the Division of Correction and start working with folks before they are actually released so that we continue the great work that we are doing on the ground in Baltimore City and other communities throughout the state of Maryland. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you very much. All right, Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Mr. Love. Am I understanding the bill correctly that it would make the list of formerly incarcerated people available to the public? Is that the request?
Yeah, so that's in the bill. That's something that, we've kind of gone back and forth about. The purpose of that provision is to provide some assurance that those that go behind the walls are folks that are vetted, right, that there's kind of public understanding of those that would go back and forth. But we recognize that the challenges of having, people's information public. Some folks who are formerly incarcerated mind less their information being public than others, right? So that's something that we expect to adjust in the bill.
Formerly incarcerated, you mean the people who are going back to perform services?
That's
or
right.
You mean the people who are released, their names would be published?
The former.
People who go
going
back to perform
That's
services.
Right. That's
okay.
right.
And those folks would understand that when they are agreeing to perform those services and do that work, that they would be self-identifying as formerly incarcerated, and their names would be published and would be public, and they would know that when they sign up to do that work.
Yeah, that's the intention. I don't suspect that provision will stay as it is in the bill, because again, I think there's some folks who are formerly incarcerated who just have more difficulty about their name and information being out there, whereas others are less, concerned about that. So that's something that we'll certainly address in the bill to ensure some flexibility in, considering some of the folks that may just not feel as comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for the bill sponsor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing all right, thank you.
Did you see the letter from the Attorney General's office?
Let's see. I was looking through them this morning, and I think there were 2 suggested changes.
Yes.
Right, and we spoke, and I think they're fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Ms. Bradford, who's joining us remotely.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Senator Sidnor, panel, and the committee. My name is Tara Bradford. I'm Senior Policy Counsel for ACLU of Maryland. We urge a favorable report on SB 61. This bill will allow reentry groups to carry out their mission of preparing currently incarcerated people for release. Peer support groups provide community-based care, people of a shared community, bridging gaps between formal systems and the people they serve. These groups reduce stigma, support inclusion, and address obstacles that returning citizens face that may not be addressed through the institution. The key to lowering recidivism has always been both a combination of institutional support and community support. Studies have shown that peer-lived experience and collaboration with agencies are integral factors to lowering recidivism. Unfortunately, peer support groups face obstacles like a lack of access and sustainability when they're trying to do their job. This inconsistency can be a hindrance to their efforts. We must codify accessibility for these groups. An estimated 4,000 to 7,400 people are released from Maryland state prisons each year. Those are all people who need support transitioning and need help being set up for success. Maryland has seen successful reentry efforts already, which have included peer support. However, with the passage of reforms like the Maryland Second Look Act, SB 61 will help expand access to these peer support services earlier and in a more streamlined capacity. SB 61 will benefit all Marylanders desiring inclusive and safe communities, and we urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Senator Sidner, 2 years ago, you may recall, we passed a bill establishing a task force on the creation of a division of returning citizens and expanded reentry services. It strikes me that maybe your bill covers a different area. I think what the task force is doing is how we provide services to people who have been in prison and are now reentering lawful society. Your bill, I think, covers people while they're still in prison. But have you had the ability to coordinate or to discuss with the task force how the two bills could be are going to interact, whether they're in conflict or whether they're complementary?
There has not, that conversation has not happened. We've been
If I
in
were
some
to put you in
communication
touch with the
department.
leadership of the task force, would you be willing to
Sure.
have that conversation?
Sure, we can do that.
Good, thank you.
You know, that was my only thing too, like the task force, but then also you saw the Department of Corrections, their testimony.
Right.
And so when we have to get everyone together to kind of walk through some of these things, because obviously you don't want to duplicate efforts, but you also want to maximize resources and you know, the resources that we have in
We can make that happen.
Yeah, exactly right. And then you saw the Attorney General's
Yep, which we're
recommendation.
fine
So
with.
we can get some folks together to do that.
Yep.
Oh, sure, yeah, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. I could actually say I sat on the committee here in the JPR from this side, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to be here. I represent the Finance Committee. This
money.
bill is jointly assigned. And I think the portion of the bill that brings me here is the part that talks about the Cannabis Regulation and Enforcement Fund to provide funding for this. Could you go into that a little bit, Senator Sidnor, as
sure.
far as will that amount have to go into the state budget, as granular as you want to get? if you
Right.
could?
No, I have seen some testimony, but if it's all right, I'm going to have Mr. Love respond to that.
I'm sorry, okay.
So, Senator, the intention of that portion of the bill is because when we look at the way that the revenues from cannabis proceeds are divided, you know, there's the Business Assistance Fund, the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. So there are a variety of different funds. The intention is that this would be an additional carve-out that currently goes to the general fund. I think about 50% of the proceeds from cannabis revenue goes back into the general fund. So the intention was just to identify a source of funding for it. Again, it was just knowing that, you know, there are budget issues. It was an attempt to try to identify a revenue stream that will be viable and relevant to this body of work.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, they submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, of course, Senator. They submitted. The Maryland Cannabis Administration submitted testimony for information. So, say take a look at that. All right. Further questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Bradford. All right. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 61. We'll now move on to Senator Ellis with Senate Bill 227.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of the JPR Committee. I'm Senator Arthur Ellis, representing District 28, Charles County, with a pretty straightforward request of this body to move forward a legislation looking out for our disabled veterans. And Maryland does a good job really making home comfortable for our permanently disabled veterans who serve our nation, got injured in the line of duty, and most return home with the inability to really compete in the workforce, to really be productive citizens because of their wartime injuries. The limitations are intense. And this state has provided lots of support for those disabled veterans. Talking about like property tax exemption, license plates that are provided gratis. We never say free because free means something, it's just like a handout. it's a gratis. So thank you for your service. We appreciate your service to your nation. And so several states offer this benefit of gratis parking in public garages, garages owned by any municipality or state agency, to these veterans who have permanent total disability. States like Kansas, they have a park without charge policy, which allows vehicles with disabled veteran plates to park without charge in a public parking facility or public parking lot. New Hampshire offers the same benefit for disabled veterans. Florida offers that benefit to disabled veterans. If you have a disabled veteran's plate, you get to park. You don't have to worry about, hey, there's a disabled spot. Should I pay? All pay. The disabled don't pay. It's just very confusing to so many as they go around the state of Maryland. Maryland has a long history of recognizing and supporting veterans throughout legislative and administrative initiatives. Disabled veterans, mentioned earlier, face unique challenges related to mobility, health, employment, and at times, financial stability. Senate Bill 227 seeks to establish a uniform and fair parking policies while honoring the service and sacrifices of our disabled veterans. Therefore, committee, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 227.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for bringing the bill forward. Questions from the committee? Senator Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for bringing the bill. So we have expanded the ability for disabled veterans to get tags. So we allow those who need it to have the handicap symbol, but then we have another tag for disabled veterans. So would this legislation apply to both of those tags? Because some of the ones that that don't have the handicap signal or symbol are not physically handicapped. So does it apply to all?
So if I understand your question correctly, Senator Love, the legislation makes it easily enforceable. So they have several, Maryland has several disabled veteran license plate. You have the ones with the uniform signal for the disabled on it, with a wheelchair, and then you have some that just say disabled veteran.
Right.
So either one, is, if it says disabled veteran, whether it has a universal sign for the disabled, or it just say disabled veterans, which is a red, white, and blue one, they will qualify under this legislation. It doesn't really make that distinction at all. Okay. It just covers all in that category.
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. With that, that'll conclude the testimony in the hearing for Senate Bill 227. We'll now move on to Senator Bailey with Senate Bill 101. And we are joined by Senator Washington from Tripoli, who's here to sit in.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee. It's nice to be back in JPR. Senator Bailey, representing District 29, St. Mary's in Calvert County. This morning, colleagues, I'm going to talk to you about Senate Bill 101, which would expand the eligibility for the Maryland Loan Assistance Repayment Program for police officers and probation agents and the Maryland Police Officers and Probation Agents Scholarship Program to include correctional officers. In 2021, the General Assembly created these programs as part of the Maryland Police Accountability Act. We did a lot of that right here in this committee. Because of the research, which we all really dived into, it showed how higher education for public safety and police officers is beneficial to more than just the officer receiving the degree. The research indicated that police officers who have graduated from college are less likely to be the subject of citizen complaints. In 2023, the General Assembly passed legislation to add probation agents to these programs. And in 2024, we passed legislation allowing police officers and probation agents to use the scholarships at community college in addition to the four-year institutions. Should give a quick shout out to the chair, because as part of his legislative package that we were able to work on this together. I strongly believe in these programs and have been working over the past several months with Maryland Higher Education Commission on how to increase the utilization of these scholarships through greater outreach to the state's police officers. And I want to recognize MHAC and what they've done in the last year, because their job advertising, they're informing the police officers and the departments about this scholarship has greatly increased people taking advantage of it. Last year, I was approached by correctional officers in my district who shared with me that as the bill was currently drafted, correctional officers are not included in the list of individuals who are eligible for the loan assistance repayment program or the police officers and probation agents scholarship program. Therefore, I've introduced this bill to ensure that correctional officers are included in the program. At this time, when recruitment and retention of public safety officers in all fields, including correctional officers, is so critical, this bill will aid in those efforts while also providing the state with the benefits that come with more correctional officers receiving a higher education. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 101. I thank you all for your cooperation and consideration.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you for the bill. Questions from the committee? It's a great idea. All right. Excellent. Thanks. All right. Easy day, man. You got to take it.
Hey, how do you like that at JPR?
We got it all out last night.
Remember, B&T, we don't ask a lot of questions.
We had a long voting session last night, so it's probably the hack. Just come after a late night voting session, then you won't get any questions. I can never guarantee that, actually, but all right. All right, with that, that'll end the hearing for Senate Bill 101. We'll now move on to Senator Washington with Senate Bill 187. And Senator, I think you have some folks joining you virtually? Yeah. And then do you have, who else is in person? Okay, two folks working. Got it.
I just knew it was not because of that.
While this is pulling up, I'll just answer the question. I tried to think of a creative answer for why I'm walking with a cane and I have a brace. So I tried, I was skateboarding. No one really believed that. So just getting a new knee like a lot of people. So at the end of the month.
If it's easier, if you want to test by sitting down.
Well, I need the PowerPoint to go along with. That's what she's pulling it up. I see it.
Yes. We can try the mouse.
Okay. I'm okay. I got it.
Senator, I was just ready to validate that you and I were hoverboarding.
That's what it was. That's what it was. You know what, maybe if there's a clicker thing, I'll do it that way.
I'm just gonna back it up.
So can I?
Yeah. Or you know what?
Oh, great.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. I didn't realize I was asking for an accommodation, so I appreciate it. I was trying to waste time. Not waste time, but move forward. Thank you, committee. I'm Senator Washington for the record, and I'm honored to present for your consideration Senate Bill 187. let's begin with simple truth. You've seen this bill. We've made the policy decision about building a pre-release center for individuals who are incarcerated at the Maryland Correctional Institute for Women who are on pre-release status. And this is, in fact, a bill that you have passed a form of it in prior years. But for the benefit of the audience and also some people who haven't been here for the many years, we just begin with this simple truth that Maryland once had a pre-release facility for women, and it worked. And it began in the 70s. It was operated as a community-based program. Again, to give you, so that you don't have to just listen to my voice, but maybe have some visual aids, I thought I'd add that. It started in 75, was relocated, still within Baltimore, and then closed in 2009. So currently, there are 6 pre-release centers for men and no dedicated pre-release facilities for women. The women remain housed at where the site of their incarceration, and the share of women who are Maryland's prison population is growing. Oops, back up. So with regard to our legislative history of addressing this, it begins in 2018, additional laws in 2019, and then the last bill that was passed is 2020 and 21. This was the first bill. It just simply said, under Maryland law, there was an option of whether or not to operate a women's pre-release center. And this changed it proposed to change the may from the shall. As what happens often when you can't pass a bill the first time. Always, there are great ideas, but that brought it in again, and it became a study. And then the next year, the Gender Responsive Release Act was passed. It was vetoed by the governor, and it was overrode in 2021. So again, the closing was never supposed to be permanent, and we have not functioned the pre-release center the way that it should. Okay, so the bills in 2021, there were 3 bills addressing both the building of the facility. There was a bill to address services, right? And then there was a bill to address the pre-release status. So there's still, these are issues that sort of circulate around this. So the House combined the bills, and so that's what SB 684 was. It had somewhat of a service component. It certainly had the requirement that it be built, reaffirming our position that it be built. So once we passed that bill, then Secretary Green set out about the requirements. So this bill, or why we keep sort of coming back to this issue, really has to do with the building and how it's built and ensuring that it meets not only the requirements of the law, but what we know will be successful reentry for the women. So the first RFP that was sent out, or the directions that was sent out, really complied with the law. It said, choose a site that has 2 to 4 acres. It could be located in a number of certain districts. This is what the zip codes, is what the law said. It had to have close proximity to hospitals, et cetera. So this is the first selection. I thought it would be helpful for you to actually see. This is the purpose of this PowerPoint, is not just to restate facts that you probably already know, but to really provide you with the context of what we are fighting for in terms of building, what the building needs to look like. Not only that it gets built, but what it needs to look like. So in 2022, the site was selected by DGS, which is essentially their contractor and their consultant, the department's contractor, and they identified this site, and you can see it. And it had all the qualifications. It was almost 4 acres. The size was a little smaller than what what we really wanted, but the other features of it, the size of it, and all of that. And there was this estimated cost. But you can also see when you look at the location, it's around a number of community assets that would be probably willing to participate in supporting the reintegration of the women. So about a year later, DGS chose another location as a part of the project. So there's always this project program. What I learned in the last couple of years is that there is a very lengthy or complicated process when we just pass a bill and we're going to build something or we big capital. That's not the end. There's planning. There are a number of consultants. There are these things that have to be checked. And it wasn't easy, I will tell you, it wasn't easy to actually get this report. It wasn't easy for us to actually, find all of this. So the location, if you look at that, that's the site. It's less than an acre. It's the same, they reported out that it had the same square feet, but that's only if you include the parking lot. And then also they suggested, and this is all in the report, that the women who are in pre-release would begin their pre-release work at MCIW, and that they would receive their therapeutic programming at the Baltimore Therapeutic Treatment Center, which is not built. So again, so this is now the number of legislators and advocates went to see, like, where is this new site? This is the location that is currently being put before you as to where this facility should be built. And what my bill is doing, and what we did last year, is to really add additional criteria clearly about the type of, not only the site, but the type of community that needs to be there. So there were a number of problems with 717 Forest. It was too small, doesn't have the outside spaces that I believe is a part of legislative intent. There was, again, this challenge of the idea is that the women would pretty much just be at MCIW, maybe stay a little bit at this so-called center, but that this new treatment center that would cost nearly $1 billion that would be built would be the site of their actual reentry. So we consulted with some veteran correction officers, some social workers. So again, there's a lot of work that's been done to really kind of work with. So in the years 2023 and 2024, there were many and multiple attempts really to avoid another law. Just really trying to work with corrections, consult with correction officers, consult with social workers, reentry specialists, and have them look at the site. And they agreed. It was too small. It was drug infested. The law enforcement corrections officers had some concerns about the safety and the ability to actually control entry and exit. They felt like the area was unsafe for family visitation, et cetera. And so the consensus clearly is that if this 717 Forest is the location, that these women are doomed from the start. Okay, so from these findings, again, not using law for the last for 23 and 24, really requested for them to reconsider the site. And actually proposed, because they're concerned, well, it's like, oh, well, do we go out and buy something from a private entity? Maybe the cost would be really high. We identified that some places that are either locally owned, and I know we also have passed a law in recent years that we really should be looking at the reuse and adaptability of existing state buildings for different purposes. These locations fit the criteria to this, to the T. A school that's closed, it's still closed, it's not occupied. And in fact, the original, the one on the bottom is the former Baltimore pre-release unit for women that was closed in 2009. It's still vacant. And so that was the facility. Again, this gives you a context of what it was like before. All right. So our legislative response. So last year, we introduced and we amended 262, again, to reaffirm that we wanted to be built. And then we included some real specifications because it was clear that the legislative intent and the direction to utilize gender responsive and best practices and evidence from their perspective only referred to the programming and not necessarily the facility itself. So we set about these requirements of saying, affirming again that there's a pre-release facility for women, but this time because we understood that it really, that corrections isn't the one doing the building, it's that DGS is the one who actually does the work, that we would direct corrections to really tell DGS and work with DDS to make sure that the procurement process and everything really was consistent with existing law, and to utilize a procurement process that would allow it to accelerate the building of it because we'd already missed multiple deadlines. So it passed in the House, but failed in the Senate. However, we did put budget language is able to pass through both houses, requiring that there be a report. Okay. So there have been 2,642,400 minutes since the Gender Responsive Relief Act became law. Okay. I kind of thought about singing Rent, but you know, I decided to spare you that. But I was just thinking about not just the building, but the lives. The number of women, and I couldn't find the number, but the number of women since 2009 did not have the benefit of the type of facility that had open space, their parents, their family could come. They had programs that were just focused just on them. And it's been 34 years that the actual pre-release center operated for 34 years as a separate and distinct. Think of the number of women that had the benefit of that. For 34 years, women had that. And I'll stop with the metaphors, continue, but the number of days since it's been closed. And I say to this committee, each year, we ask corrections, how long is it going to be until this gets finished? How long is it going to be ready? And they say not long. And today, it is really clear that from the record of delay, and that without legislative intervention, those promises to the women to abide by law, to our responsibility, to recognizing that these women have fulfilled their debt to society, and that we promise and have responsibility for a reentry that is best positioned to allow them success. So once again, I'm here, we're here, fighting for that possibility that has gone unrealized for more than, well, I mean, we're coming up for more than 7 years. And we can start, because I recognize there are other features, there are other things that we need to address, a part about how this is delivered, how we pay for it, all of that. But today, we can have a favorable report on this bill. And so, yes, DGS in their letter said that they, or DPSC, said they've identified a site. We know that site selection is not enough to really satisfy the statute. You have heard through conversation, back door, front door, that it's not necessary. But if the original statute had been followed, we wouldn't be here. You may also hear that SB 187 drives up costs, but that increase, everything is more expensive. In fact, the therapeutic center was originally priced out at $400,000, and now it's to nearly $1 billion. And the thing about this year, this bill is a course correction, and it just does three things. It affirms that there's a pre-release women's center that can be delivered through a standalone community-based facility, not embedded within a maximum security prison. It establishes clear statutory guardrails, and it requires the department to submit a transparent plan for pre-release programming. Now, I want to acknowledge that the Office of the Attorney General has made some recommendations. I removed a lot of the language associated with the programming with the idea that perhaps that would help move this forward. However, they actually suggest that we put it back in. So I'm ready. I'm very open to doing that. I have a version of that amendment that I've drafted and sent to them for their review. But we also have to ensure that we identify a site that is really working. We're also working with DGS, had multiple meetings with DGS to help make all of this happen. I've met with Secretary Chaudhry and his team, and they have expressed a clear commitment to getting this right. They are already, in contrast to the letter that you've received from the Department of Corrections, DGS is already exploring alternative sites, and they've also suggested that there is a way to pursue what they call parallel tracks to avoid delay. And they have actually offered some creative ideas to move this forward. We have evidence from other states that this works. We want to make sure that we understand that reentry, and I know this committee who handles the policy for reentry understands that it's not just about a capital expense, that it's about the environment, that it's about the location and the support, and bringing all those things together so that we can stabilize these women's lives and help them return home. I have an expert witness that's just going to speak to that. So not going to have any more witnesses talk about why we need it. We know we need that. This committee has voted, and this body has voted multiple times that we need it. So this bill is not really delaying the process. It's really ensuring that we invest once, that we build it right, and that it delivers what the law requires. Here, again, what the bill does is it affirms the legal mandate. It provides specific statutory guardrails. It requires the facility to be relocated, no smaller than the 3 acres, and it involves the comprehensive planning and design that is needed to accommodate the programming. And here, I'm having difficulty reading it. I should have realized I couldn't do it at that distance. But one of the organizations, in fact, the organization that I started this working with so many years ago, Out for Justice, and there are a number of them, but this woman talks about her pre-release experience still being in a facility with lifers, with violent offenders, and that how that had actually negatively impacted. So today, I think our choice is really clear. We either allow this, which is it's either this or this. That's the view. The women, they either see that or they see that. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your commitment to this. It's the right thing for us to do. It's our role we pass bills and we trust that they will be implemented with our intent, but there are sometimes we, and perhaps more often than not, we need to stay engaged and involved to make sure it's executed in the way that our constituents need it to be. So I thank you very much for allowing me this time and some extra time to really lay out the parameters and the fight. And that's it. I'm open to any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. So we're going to, we'll have the panelists testify first, and then the committee will ask
Sounds
questions
good.
of the entire
Just have
panel.
one.
So is Ms. Nicole Jarrett's in the room. So Ms. Jarrett, you are up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dr. Nicole Jarrett. I'm with the Council of State Government's Justice Center. Thank you, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of the Judicial Proceedings and Budget and Taxation Committees for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to share what research and implementation experience tells us about pre-release environments. The purpose of pre-release is to support a gradual transition to the community by helping people begin securing employment, housing, healthcare, and family connections before release, factors consistently associated with lower returns to custody. Facility design and operations directly affect whether pre-release can fulfill that purpose. In practice, agencies often use individualized risk and needs assessments but lack adequate space to deliver services that meet those individualized needs, leading to a one-size-fits-all programming, limiting intended impact. Effective pre-release environments support workforce preparation, private clinical services, discharge planning, family engagement in partnership with community providers, making comprehensive services and care coordination possible. Design also influences daily operations. Environments that allow people to practice real-world responsibilities better support rehabilitation and reintegration. Location matters as well. Proximity to transportation, employers, service providers, and family enables people to begin reconnecting with the community prior to release. Taken together, research and practice suggests that pre-release works best when facilities are intentionally structured to support individualized services and meaningful community connection. I appreciate the opportunity to share these considerations as Maryland continues to work to strengthen pre-release and reentry. Thank you.
And just one more thing I'd like to say is that my experience now that we've connected, or I've connected with DGS and understand their processes, they were instrumental in the version last year of helping to draft and understand the language that's needed to be there. And then also this year to make it really clear that they understand their responsibilities, certainly that they are serve the agency, but they understand their responsibility to the women and to the state of Maryland more broadly. So,
excellent. Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Jarrett. Before we dive into questions, I see some Senate or House pages. If you want to come up to the side here, you're welcome to come up and sit on the side of your Senate page. We'll even, like I said, we'll even let the House pages come up here too. But, all right, open it up for questions. We're going to start off with Senator Sidnor, then Senator McKay.
Thank you very much. So there were a couple questions that came in that I'd like you to help to provide clarity. Is regarding services and building, and I think you kind of touched on that a bit.
Yes, that amendment. Yes. I will gladly put that back in. Yeah, I mean, should the committee decide? I've drafted something.
So on page 5, it talks in page 5, lines 27 through 30. It talks about developing a plan by September 1st, 2026. The way that I read it is that it will just develop a plan, not necessarily by 2026, not necessarily deliver the services.
Right.
That's the intent.
The amendment would reintroduce guidelines and deadlines for the service delivery as well.
Okay. And something that caught my attention, and because of the delay, I was looking at page 3, but this is language that's already in the law.
Yeah.
On lines 8 and 9, it talks about that the department shall begin operating and providing services in the facility on or before June 2023. Does that anyway have to be updated?
No,
or-
I'm not, that's existing law. We're moving forward. I don't want to change the fact that this is late.
Gotcha.
I think it will provide DGS with the, because it needs permission for the accelerated process. I think it will demonstrate the need for the accelerated process and demonstrate that there's been a delay.
And is there, and then do you have an intent with the legislation to guarantee that services will be transferred to the new facility once it's built?
The language in the amendment that I propose, that I'll submit, we were just waiting. I specifically uses the language of transition.
Gotcha.
Really taking the Attorney General's letter, and since I'm not a lawyer, I don't have to use as many words.
Thank you, Mary.
So, look, feel free to blast on sociologists. I mean, we're not, we can, I always have something to say. But it is the case to consolidate that. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. My line of questions are from a supportive standpoint.
Sure.
Trying to solve an issue. So JPR ended up doing a series of visits. I had the opportunity to go with Senator Muse to that visit, and so that's kind of where my questions have come from and that kind of stuff. So from your slide presentation, you had talked about December 15th, 2022, that facility was for a 64-bed facility?
Well, it was, so that was the proposal.
Okay.
Right, whereas the law state, that was the proposal. At its height, the women's pre-release, at the time it closed, served 136 women.
Right.
We don't think it needs to be that high, but 64 from a lot of the experts and what we understand, it was a low number.
So one of the things that I think in the testimony in 2025, the department had said there's 156 women placed in maximum medium or medium security statuses released compared to 85 women in the pre-release status. When we were at that meeting and that kind of stuff, I think the number when we asked what was the census at that point was around 65, something like that. I could be wrong, but I think the census right now is about 71. So I think you're around that target.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a valid, maybe it doesn't need to be built at that other number.
Right.
But you had said in your slide presentation that the women's population is growing.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, do you expect that pre-release to grow, or is there a...
Hopefully, right? I mean, hopefully there would be good program, well, two things. This bill the bill does say take the current census and add 25% to it. So you'd multiply, 60, whatever the current census is, and multiply it times 1.5. Right, and so that can give you, if there's a strong feeling to amend it down a little bit, but you want to be able to accommodate error. Sometimes it's going to be a little lower, sometimes you're going to be a little higher, so the number that seemed to be a good place would be to multiply it times 1.5. Okay. So it would address that.
Okay. So I see also in the bill, and I'm going to remind you of a conversation we did have last year, because it was the question, was, and this bill is now saying that it must be located in Baltimore City. My question to you, and I'm not sure it was on the record, but we had talked about, are we open to maybe a statewide place? Why does it have to be Baltimore City if this is going to be for all women throughout the state of Maryland?
Well, the original bill that was passed, and I believe it was an amendment of Senator Huff at the time, to put specific zip codes. And those were the zip codes where the vast majority of women who were released went. So that's what was identified. If the committee wants to just return to the original zip codes, et cetera, that's fine. But the issue here was for it to not just be adjacent to something that the original intent was that there were certain zip codes where the majority of women are being released, they would be returning, in other words.
Right.
So the idea to facilitate family visitation, to facilitate access to resources, and frankly, that's where it had been for 35 years, that was the site. But
But it just, in the fiscal note, it just gave me pause to the conversation that we had before, where it says the pre-release unit of the women must be located in Baltimore City on a site that is at least 3 acres in land, not located within 1 mile of any existing correctional facility.
Correct.
And so that, I'm trying to take into consideration, you had said in your statement about, we're trying to look at reusing and availability of existing state structures. So when I was there, getting the tour and understanding the program and those type of things, there were 3 structures at MCIW that don't get used right now. And my understanding is that the department needs to raise those facilities. There's asbestos, all this kind of stuff. I guess my question is, has there ever been a thought that for a 64-bed plus 25%, having all of the system already being at MCIW, I don't know why we don't use existing land that we already own, use an existing building that the department has to take down regardless eventually. And it, to me, highlights the great program that I saw and Senator Muse saw exactly at that day. I tend to believe it needs to be taken into consideration, the intent here that you don't want it to be of an existing correctional facility, but in Baltimore City, everything is built on top of everybody. So I tend to believe that we can build this facility, which is definitely needed, there at MCIW, because to me, if you love birds, please don't get upset with my statement.
No, I'm not
But
at
I'm going
all.
to kill many birds with one stone by addressing the fiscal, addressing where it needs to be, and it still needs to be designed and invited to be that next step into the community. So just thought, get your thoughts on that.
So
as a
existing
possibility.
law, so the existing law requires that it is near, and also Secretary Green's own criteria is that it needs to be near transportation. There's no transportation hubs there, so women would have to be transported. It would really be
Transported in.
if they were going to go to have a job, a pre-release, or go somewhere. So the idea, and the other 6 pre-release centers are in communities, right? So the point is that the building.
Are they?
Yes, just go to the website and you'll see the Dorsey. There's one in a number of counties. There's one, there are 6 different locations. That's where they are. They're not on site.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that there aren't pre-release services provided, et cetera, but the actual program operates out of a separate facility that is not on the place of incarceration. So that's the goal. But again, existing law requires that it is also be accessible to other things. And again, the goal isn't just to save money and do what's convenient. The goal is what we know to be best practices. Such a facility operates in a number of states, but one in particular that's kind of similar to our population is in California. And they have a standalone community reentry program, and their 3-year recidivism rate is just 18%. That's half of what there are in traditional prisons. And it also has a setting and the idea is that the setting is about reentry and not incarceration. So I would imagine it would be difficult to separate your incarceration experience from your transition to the community if what you see every day is a prison. In contrast, I showed you in Baltimore City, maybe you go to just the kind of more congested areas, but we showed you at least 3 locations where there was land and all parts of Baltimore City and where government buildings are located. It's not congested, and in fact, they're next to transportation.
Right, but I'm not exactly sure it's prudent to just jettison the fiscal note for this when we're talking about a population that is approximately, I think it's 71 right now, and I think the high in the past couple of years, it got up to about 84. And I know years past, it was higher then. To just say, anyhow, I know you're not just saying just jettison the fiscal part of it, but I tend to believe we need to solve a problem here, and I'll talk a little bit more with you offline about that.
Just to be clear, Senator, we've made the policy decision that there should be a standalone women's pre-release center that is not a part of the existing center, the MCIW. And so really what we're doing is reaffirming what we said last year, is to provide more details about the programming. And I do understand that you saw a program in operation. However, I can also provide the committee with some information about it that shows that what you saw is not the experience that all women have provided, nor is it the experience that the agency has provided in the last few years. So there's just, and I've gone too. So I've attended, I've gone to the facility, I've talked with the women. So we can have, I guess, different points of view, but our existing law, I don't think we need to relitigate the fact that we've already made the decision.
I'm not trying to relitigate. I'm trying to fix a problem.
Right.
That.
This bill does that.
Well, I'm not exactly sure that does. This particular bill definitely forces, but doesn't take into consideration some of the other consideration, such as being somebody who represents Western Maryland. I'm not exactly comfortable that, and this may be part of the litigation part that you've brought up, that it has to be within Baltimore City.
Well, where would you locate it?
I would say that I would take a fresh point of eyes and look outside of Baltimore City, include Baltimore City, but look at maybe Baltimore County, Howard County, because I believe we're looking for something that's got to be at least 3 acres. And I just tend to believe we should look at all of the state of Maryland.
Well, as a Maryland senator, you absolutely have the right, and this bill now belongs to the committee. If you wish to undo the law that you've passed previously and to reinvite the location, I would say that would have further delay, and that the DGS is already ready and is looking at other sites like right now. They are preparing to move forward. So
I think last year's testimony when we heard this bill, where DGS was already in the driver's seat, and for us to then change it, that was part of the department's information that said, if we change it now, it's only going to delay it even longer.
Well,
So
just frankly, that was a
the-
misrepresentation of the actual current condition of what had been worked on and what had been approved. They were not very far along at all in the design. And I think, if the committee wants to talk with DGS, I think the entity really to get a view that's not driven by a culture of, less than enthusiastic implementation of best practices and what is in the best interest of the women, then I think that you'll just find some different answers. If you read the reports, if you look at how much money was drawn down, maximum $300,000 apparently in 5 years. And if there has been more drawn down, it was not directed to this project, and perhaps the Budget Committee might want to ask those questions. I do know that if you view the budget and taxes review or hearing about this facility, that this committee would get some different perspectives about the ability to verify statements made by the department.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to we had a couple questions. And first, I want to say thank you for your advocacy and obviously the laudable goal that you've pursued for several years. And I wanted to just ask a couple of questions because I'm going to give you an opportunity to address these issues because I'm going to ask the same questions of the panel that's going to come behind you for informational purposes to establish some semblance of just ground truth before we move on, because I think
Absolutely.
the debate also oftentimes centers around a lot of just misperception of the issue. And
Yes.
So right now, the total population of incarcerated individuals in Maryland, I think, hovers around 18,000, a little bit less, of which 2,000 people are incarcerated or are pretrial, and then around 660, 80, 90, 600 or so are women, and the rest are men. There are, as you mentioned, the 6 pre-release populations for men. It's my understanding that they are those are commingled or co-located with minimum security facilities. So they're co-located, not standalone facilities. I'm going to ask that question on the record to the panel behind. And so there are no separate pre-release facilities. And before we answer that question, yeah, so let's go. What is your response to that? Is that your understanding?
My response is that current Maryland law says that there shall be a separate standalone pre-release facility for women. That is current law.
Okay. No, I get it. Okay, got it.
So
I think we're clear on what the current law is, but I just want, in terms of the pre-release for men.
That's fair. That perhaps in the 8 years that things have changed, but the concept of pre-release and reentry being located in the community still holds.
And then I think there's another misunderstanding, and I think for the members of the committee that took the site visit, had a little bit of that discussion, but for the members that didn't, I think this is important. I think there's a perception that everyone who is incarcerated will funnel through like a pre-release center process, whereas what is actually the case, and give me your answer on this, but what is actually the case is that pre-release is actually a status, a security status based on what you were convicted on.
Right.
And so the majority of women that are being released are actually not in that pre-release status. And so, as Senator McKay mentioned, there are, I know it fluctuates, but it's 70 or so women who are now in that pre-release status, which is, if we were to create a separate facility, it would be the 70 or so women. And when we talked, it was up to 80, all the way down to 20 women in the last 30 years that this pre-release status. So pre-release is a status, not a process, if that makes sense. Is that your understanding?
Right. My understanding is that the state of Maryland believes or has found that it is to the benefit and in the public interest that all individuals experience reentry.
I think that's right.
And that reentry is part of best practices, and that it allows for reintegration, and specifically with this population, family reunification, opportunity to address any substance issues. And so to the extent that reentry, there has been a conflation over years between a security status within the context of a prison system and how to manage populations versus the clear establishment of a reentry program. So that has been conflated. One of the bills that was not taken up, and what this committee would have to do once we deal with this, is working with the department about clarifying who gets reentry. From my point of view, everyone should have reentry. Every single woman and man should be able to transition into their communities or receive for a year or 6, whatever the time they need to re-enter separately. So that's, my answer is that that's a separate problem, and that's something that this committee could take up. And again, I have the bill, it just was never taken up, that starts to look at defining reentry, because also the language has changed in the agency from pre-release to reentry. And so what we're actually talking about is reentry.
So I fundamentally agree with you, and I think everyone here does. But that's my my problem in evaluating this issue, and kind of maybe where I think I'm going to ask the department, but I also want to make sure that the committee has a fundamental understanding that so pre-release is a status, but women of all different security status will be ultimately released into, if they're eligible, right? If they're when their sentences ends, they will be released into the community. Right. We want those reintegration services to be rendered through their reentry plan for every individual that's going to come out.
Right.
And that's why I thought Senator Sidnor's bill, I think, was very intriguing, because it builds on the work that the department's already doing for that pre-release. So we can talk, that's a separate issue, but that is separate from the pre-release status, which is what this bill is focused on, that population, the pre-release population, which is a security status comprised now of 70 women. And we're going to, and this is where I'm going with this. My concern is that if you have a separate facility for this 60 or 70 or 80 women, you're kind of not really addressing the majority of the women who are going to be getting out. The majority of the women who are going to be out are not in that pre-release status, and that's why the vernacular is confusing. But
so if the committee wants to change everywhere in this article and have it pre-release / reentry, that is fine. But I am a senator addressing one aspect of what is the domain of this committee. And so addressing that, I believe, the issue of the population and what this facility and who it should serve.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the definition has changed over time. Before, it meant the women who were going into the community. Over time, because they decided, they said, okay, there was a promise that it would be rebuilt and that they would have programming outside of. That doesn't mean some pre-release doesn't, some reentry services, actually they must be provided now. That doesn't mean there couldn't be, hey, phase 1, where you are in a separate unit and you're doing other things, but then the phase 2, which I think also probably for just management reasons, we probably wouldn't want to have more than 75 or people living separately in a facility. So phase 2 could be, you are 6 months to release, and that's where you go. So it would allow for that. So
the reason why
the debating of this, of whether or not to build a separate facility has already been addressed. I find it disturbing that we as a state are willing to, we spend a lot of time deciding how to send people to jail. But this committee and this agency just continues to block this very small opportunity where we actually talk about how to really have them transition in a way that is done in other states and that we did for 34 years. So the point of these questions that affirm the arguments that that the department has put forward as excuses for missing the deadlines, for not providing the services that are required in the Prisoner's Bill of Rights and other aspects of law is not something I really want to entertain as a part of ensuring that as the law that we passed to build a separate women's pre-release is not once again derailed by the idea that women don't deserve the time and the money and the expense. I mean, how much do we spend every year
Senator,
to keep these women in prison? No, don't. How much do we spend every year to keep these women in prison? The amount that it would cost yearly to have them be in the community will be a lot less. All right, so that is always fundamentally, and this committee talks about reentry and second chance. This is a second chance. And so
I think
we should not allow people who don't fundamentally believe that someone deserves rehabilitation, that they should live in a place where they can imagine a future life, where they can live in a place where they can have their family, where they can go to have a classroom, where they can go to the community, where they can have lunch and not be afraid that somebody's going to hit them or cause them to fight with them to extend their sentence.
So we all agree on that.
And we know the answer that they're going to say. They're going to say the answers that were provided. I hear what you, I appreciate it.
I don't think you do, but let me please respond.
I will let you respond.
Thank you. So again, we have the same goals, but what I'm saying is a fundamental misunderstanding of the problem set. And what I'm trying to say is that the majority of the women who get out on the regular are not pre-release and will never be pre-release. This bill targets pre-release status. It's a security status. It's not as though every woman who is getting out of prison goes through the funnel of a pre-release center.
And Mr. Chair, could you show me where this bill does? Just show me what you're talking about.
Can I please? That's why I'm trying to make sure that the committee has an understanding of the issue as a whole. Pre-release is a security status. So and the reason why I lay that foundation is because what's happening now is that the services that are rendered on site are rendered, there's a cross-pollination and an ecosystem that's created that the women who are not in pre-release and will never be pre-released based on their conviction are benefiting from, and they are getting those services and going to Goucher College and getting all those vocational trainings. And if you were to rip away that ecosystem and create a new center for only the pre-release population, again, the majority of women who are incarcerated will never be pre-release. Then you are depriving the majority of the women who are going to get out from services, and you're taking resources away from that. And so we have the same goal. I'm just wondering if there is a better way to approach that problem set. And so I
can make a recommendation.
The committee is not blocking anything. The committee is not
I can just make a
undermining.
recommendation.
The committee does not. We all believe in reentry, of course. Yeah. But I just want to make sure that we have just a baseline understanding of the process so we don't misallocate hundreds of millions of dollars and deprive resources from women who are not ever going to be pre-released. That's all I'm saying. So I want to make sure that we just have a level set of just baseline facts so that we can make a good decision. We have the same goal. I just want to make sure that I'm asking the question because I wonder aloud if there is a better way, a more efficient way that will benefit more women for a longer period of time. That's all. Respectfully, yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is not uncommon that when you try to assert a benefit or a need for a subpopulation, that it becomes questioned. You say like, oh, well, everybody should get this, right? So that's a kind of common sort of rhetorical strategy, but I would say that, again, in the bill that I have, that's before you, I do see a place, it's on page 5, line 5 to 7. If this committee wishes to expand the definition to the current practice, where it still would allow there to be a facility, a time when people get to be in this facility, and not simply use pre-release status, that's an amendment. However, I do think it would be a mistake for the committee out of context and not talk about the programming as a whole, to just strike out a word. So while this is all being built, because it's going to take a couple, 18 months or a couple months, part of the amendment, is to have a concurrent strategy of addressing reentry, and I believe I suggested it earlier, that it could less be about the status, and more about what the policy decision that everyone should have access to a pre-release for a prior to re-entry services and housing that will improve their psychological development, which is on page 4 of this bill, lines 26, 25 to 28. Their psychological development, socialization, culture, exposure to trauma, life experience, and the goal, the legislative goal, the money, the financial investment is to reduce criminal risk, right? To support successful reentry, to support successful recovery, and to reduce recidivism. It is well documented that standalone facilities that allow for, in the community, allow for the soon-to-be formerly incarcerated person to transition from this experience of incarceration into a household where they could have chores. They could have chores to address, certain things. Oh, my little phone is doing, that's it. But my job here today, as I said, I tried that. I had 3 different bills to address those. This committee can still take those up separately. But today, we are talking about this that's already in law. So pre-release is in law. The definition of pre-release status in law does not reference security. That would be, I believe that would be in their regulations. We simply say pre-release status. So we could change what pre-release status means, and it could be some time, it could be a year before they are leaving, it could be 6 months, whatever it is. So there is no definition in our state law that says pre-release status, is a security. If it is, and if that's been done in another section, because it seems like your staff is looking for opportunities to rebut, if it is somewhere, then we can change it. But the point is that we've already done this. You passed this bill last year. You passed this bill last year. And and I recall the circumstances in which we passed the bill, where it was held to the final end, the last days till March. And it was almost about to go down until I came up and said you had to pass this bill. And I was really hoping we weren't doing this again. I was hoping the fact that DGS has agreed that they can accommodate this, that DGS wants to find alternative sites, that the Attorney General has said, oh, you need to put the required services and provisions back into law. I hoped this year, by having having somebody who studies this tell this committee the importance of the actual facility. And that is not okay to just have a floor in a prison and call it reentry, because that's what we're doing right now. And yet I am not angry. I am focused. I am committing. I am fighting for people that never seem to get anyone to actually fight for them. And again, pointing out that we spend millions and millions and lots of time of talking about all the laws to lock people up. But now you have an opportunity to spend some time, get a bill, have hours debate about whether it should be a 2-level reentry program, whether it should be a 1-level, whether some portion of it should be in the facility and another part of it being somewhere else. That is the type of thing that as Maryland senators that we should be talking about, not parroting the excuses of an agency that has failed and is prone to failure.
Every member of this committee exercises independent thought and deep analysis of the
But you
material.
asked me a question, Senator,
No,
and am I answering it?
there are several underlying assumptions in the commentary there that
Observations, just like you.
Okay. Well, I'll say this I'll speak for this committee. All 11 members are independent members, doing their own research, working really hard.
They do.
Putting in a lot of hours, and to suggest that we're just parroting back something that we've heard without
I'm saying the question.
Yeah.
No, I actually had high hopes because this committee did pass this. All the conversations that I have had during the interim with the members, I felt that they do understand it. That is not, so I am surprised to hear let the agency that during my testimony that the questions that have come to the agency, from the agency, and the devaluing of creating a dedicated experience for the female population, hearing that again, it just surprises me. And I know as the chair, you have an obligation to ask the questions that need to be asked. So I'm responding to you not as Chair Smith, I'm responding to the questions that were asked. I want to make that clear.
I appreciate that. No, so look, we are all very much dedicated to this and to make sure that obviously as people flow from incarceration back into reintegration that they are equipped with everything they need to succeed. And so we will continue on that endeavor. Wanted to make sure that we had some sort of foundation of information and facts.
I look forward to it. And the cross-file, Malcolm Ruff is the House cross-file on this bill on the Budget Committee. And we felt like that was because that's a separate component of it that has to be addressed. This committee focuses the policy decision that was made years ago and codified in law. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. All right. With that, that'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now hear from informational panel from DPSCS. We have Amanda Cram and Jason Davidson. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, who's not here, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jason Davidson, Director of Government and Legislative Affairs for DPSCS. You have my written testimony for Senate Bill 187. Mr. Chairman, I know you had some questions you wanted some clarity on. I'd like to take a minute and I can hopefully shed some light on those for you. First of all, I would very much like to we very much welcome and appreciate the sponsor's intent to codify in statute gender-responsive programming and services for our women in pre-release. As you saw on your tour, many of you did, to MCIW, we're currently doing a lot of comprehensive gender-responsive programming tailored to meet the specific needs of all our incarcerated women, and specifically the incarcerated women housed on the pre-release unit. They have the opportunity to participate in gender-responsive programming exclusively dedicated to them. So we appreciate the sponsor's intent to codify that into law. You'll hear after me our Director of Social Work, Amanda Cram, and also our Executive Director of Reentry Services, Ellen Rappaport. They're both here today as well. I also, to your question, I would like to clarify that we do not have any standalone pre-release facilities for men in the community. They are housed with within minimum security. They're housed with minimum security incarcerated individuals in minimum security facilities. The pre-release facility that will be built will be the only standalone pre-release facility the state will have, and only for women. As you saw when you visited MCIW and Dorsey Run, the incarcerated women classified as pre-release have a dedicated housing unit, and men in pre-release status are housed in one of our 5 minimum security correctional facilities. I have our Deputy Secretary of Operations, David Green, here with us here today. He was the warden at Dorsey Run and ran the men's pre-release program. He is happy to answer any questions you may have for comparisons between the men and the women. And with that, I thank you for this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions before I turn over to Director Cram.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Cram. I'm the Director of Social Work for the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I would first like to draw attention to the important point that pre-release is a security classification, not an amount of time left on a sentence. In fiscal year 25, 156 women were released from MCIW for maximum, medium, and minimum security classifications, and 85 women were released classified as pre-release. In 2020, the department started the process of implementing the Project Fresh program. All pre-release individuals are now housed in one unit, given special privileges and intensive programming with the aim of building a community of women all working towards a common goal, successful reentry back into the community. All programming on the Project Fresh unit is gender responsive and trauma informed. The social work and reentry teams at MCIW provide individual assessments to better understand each person's goals, needs, community supports, and resources, which allows us to tailor our programming and reentry support to the unique needs of each individual. Many of you who attended the tours may have noticed that there are a number of individuals who identify as male at MCIW, and part of being gender responsive is meeting the needs of all unique individuals within the institution. Programming at MCIW is provided both through social workers and community volunteers and is listed in the JCR report that we submitted to the Budget Committees. There is a great benefit to Project Fresh being present at MCIW. It allows for the women classified at higher security levels who are nearing release to access additional programming available to the pre-release population. In addition, it's important for the women on the pre-release unit to have the mentorship of individuals who have served longer incarcerations who may never reach the pre-release status. These peer relationships are one of the most valuable tools to assist people in moving through the stages of change. Many times, the individuals who have been incarcerated long-term bring stability, perspective, and mentorship. It's a very important ecosystem that exists at MCIW. With the Juvenile Restoration Act, the Second Look Act, and the Geriatric and Medical Parole Bill passed last year, we will continue to see more women of higher security levels who will need access to additional reentry services. Thank you for allowing me to provide this information. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'll do the same. Actually, I'll give Senator James. I want to make sure that I'm talking on that.
I'm not stepping on where you were going, but I just need a clarification here myself. So I understand, and I found in the code a lot of references to pre-release and how it's defined as a security status. But I'm a little unclear about, the chairman mentioned that not all the 600 women would necessarily go into the status of pre-release. So I'm trying to figure out, for those, however you want to answer it, for the subpopulation that goes in, just explain generally who does and who does not go into it and why. Real briefly, just so I can understand that.
Thank you for that question. David Green, I'm the Deputy Secretary of Operations for the department. There's a number of reasons why someone, regardless of their time remaining to serve, may not make it to that lowest of security levels. The most common is additional unadjudicated criminal charges in other jurisdictions, which may preclude them from being decreased to that lowest security level. There are also occasional disciplinary matters, gang activity, the notoriety or the severity of the current offense for which they are incarcerated that would also prevent them from being decreased to pre-release.
So what you're, for just giving one example, if you had a particularly, egregious crime, so that from a public safety standpoint, someone would not be eligible to go into pre-release. But what happens when they get, unless they're getting close to the end of whatever their sentence is, are they denied some pre-release opportunities or some, bridged from purely being behind bars and, trying to get back into society?
Sure. Thank you for that question.
Okay.
As has been said a couple times today, we believe that reentry begins, at intake. And a variety of our programs are available to everyone at any security level, regardless of where they're housed. To answer one specific aspect of your question, there are some community-based programs, specifically work release, that are available only to those individuals classified to pre-release security.
So I don't want to take up, I would just like you to follow up with me and kind of just show me some chart about pre-release and the other programs. And I guess pre-release, best as I can understand from the COMAR, is that it usually involves one of like leave, work release, academic release, things like, that kind of thing. And it's a privilege, they say, you have to be eligible. So the prison system determines that eligibility for that pre-release. And part of that, if it's a low-level security, clearly has to be that, the public safety is, is the lowest risk that we have. So because I'm asking all that, now I'm just going to go back to the bill and ask you, since only a smaller population goes through or somehow qualifies for pre-release and the umbrella of potential services, but we do have a segment of women in the population. How do you provide the non-pre-release but still important services to incarcerated women as they begin to get closer to the time that they will be sent back into society?
Thank you for that question.
If you want to give me more detail, just follow up in writing, but just really
Certainly.
briefly. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to turn it over to Reentry Director.
Okay, because I need to understand this. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that question. My name is Ellen Rappaport, Executive Director of Reentry Services for the department. What we do is we identify people who are close to release about 9 months before they're leaving, regardless of security status, and we will work with them, the individuals, as they go home. We'll do an individualized assessment, and we will bring in community partners to provide those resources. So we identify people about 9 months before they're leaving. Sometimes for those that are more complex on the social work side, we'll do more a year in advance.
Okay.
And so we work together as a multidisciplinary team to ensure that the resources are provided.
And do you segregate? I assume you do, because I assume the prison system's segregated. So the women, all the women that are incarcerated will go through, if not pre-release, they'll go through some reentry services. It's not denied to anybody generally. So right now, currently, how do you provide those services? Do you segment the population for the women who are getting into these reentry service? I think reentry service we'll call the umbrella. Pre-release is under that. So are these other, if I were doing a flow chart, am I right? Yep. Reentry, pre-release, with low security status, several other categories beneath that, but aligned, in the same line as pre-release, other services. How are those provided physically in the prisons? Right.
So we're particularly happy about the amount of programming that we have at MCIW for the pre-release.
What's CFW?
The Maryland Correctional Facility for Women. Okay. And so the pre-release standalone unit that we have, which is called Project Fresh, we provide on-site programming there for only pre-release status security incarcerated individuals. The pre-release incarcerated individuals also have access to the other programming that we do at the compound, which is the larger unit where all security levels can come and have access to those programming.
We would call those the re-entry services.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So pre-release doesn't just silo you into that category. That is one thing you can get, but you also can avail yourself, along with an individualized plan, right, to those other re-entry services.
Programs, yes.
Okay. Yes. Now, for the men, that same thing holds, right? They have pre-release, they have reentry services, pre-release under that, and in the same line with pre-release, other categories of reentry services that are provided. You testified that the men all go to, oh no, maybe that's just work release. The men who are in pre-release, excuse me, go to one of 5 lower security facilities. For all the other men who are in reentry services, they remain, as the women do, in the general population of the sex-segregated prisons. Is that
Yes.
correct?
I think that it's really important to know that reentry services, we're really focused on providing all incarcerated individuals, no matter what security level, no matter where they live, we are going to help and support and bring in community resources to help them transition to the community.
Or any other, for reentry services for either or for both sexes, reentry services outside of or beyond pre-release, do you have other reentry services that are similarly low security? In other words, people that are in pre-release get to be in a the men anyway, in a low security facility, 1 of 5. The women don't have that because we just have 1 facility for women, right? So for other pre-entry services that people are eligible, are other of those services given to people because they are also in a lower security status and therefore can be housed in the lower security facilities for men?
You want to take that?
That's a good question, thank you. So work release programming and some other community-based programming that includes individuals who may be working outside of the secure perimeter of a correctional facility, unsupervised by correctional staff, require that pre-release security level. But that is available to both men and women, regardless of which of those facilities they're housed at.
So one thing we can say about pre-release is that you have to get into that status in order to have the lower security, be in or around lower security or be considered lower security, right?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that question?
It's terrible. To get into work release for men, for the men, you'll get to go into one of those lower security facilities, 1 of 5, right? But the women have to remain in the prison facility for women because we don't have a lower security facility for them. Is that correct?
I think it would be helpful to clarify that for the men, those are minimum security facilities.
Well, I'm calling minimum.
Yeah, they are on the lower end of our spectrum of security levels.
Now,
yes.
Why do you do that? In the sense that the sponsor of this bill is highlighting the fact that, you have more options with the men in pre-release, because you recognize they become eligible for this status. It's a privilege. And you think it's best practices or whatever to put the men in the lower security facility. Why do you do that? I assume there's some benefit. And then how can you mirror that for the women who don't have any other facility other than the single facility?
So, yeah, actually, Amanda, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have done our best to mirror that with the Project Fresh unit. That has been the whole idea of creation of this unit and having all individuals at MCIW who are classified as pre-release in one housing unit because they have
it segregated significantly separately.
It is still on the compound of MCIW.
I'm trying to get to see it, but
it's a great question. It is still on the compound of MCIW, right? They still, participate and they go to the same rec and, gym area and school together, and all of those services are still together. But on that housing unit, we consider it kind of an honors tier.
Mhm.
And so they have additional privileges where they have more phone privileges, more access to their tablets, their doors are open, there's much greater movement for them. We have a social worker and a reentry specialist on that unit, and we have groups and rec area on that specific unit for them. We also worked with the women who piloted the program with us to get a grant and pick out new furniture and paint the unit and make it a little bit more of an inviting place, as much as we could in the environment that we had at MCIW. So we've tried to create that kind of atmosphere at MCIW in the meantime, as much as we can, again, to create that community.
In the scenario with the men, in those lower security, whatever you call it, minimum security facilities, you have not, I assume, created a wing and a separateness of that you have for the women. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in that sense, the women have in this one place a more segregated.
Looks like boot camp.
Yeah, right.
For the men.
They have.
Yes.
Yeah. So in a way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Some could argue, perhaps the design that you've done at the women's facility is perhaps even better and more ability to segregate them, pay special attention to them, have them away from the rest of the population in some scenario, versus the men in the spread out low security but no single wing or secluded area. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think if you ask your colleagues who visited the institutions,
yeah, and I apologize.
Comparing the women's unit, the Project Fresh Women's Unit versus Dorsey Run, I don't know what your thoughts are, but yes, I think it is a much more inviting environment than the minimum security institutions for men are dorm settings.
Yes.
So it's much different than the units at MCIW.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's much different than the unit at MCIW. That does have cells, but where the doors are open and there's a lot more freedom.
So the men have dorms, but they're behind bars, is what you're saying, and the women have a segmented wing, if you will, but the doors are open. I'm sorry.
So the doors to the cells are open to give them more privacy. They have their own, cells that they, some share, some have individuals. But then there is an open room for them when we have group rooms on the unit and, again, staff offices on the unit. So they have access to social work and reentry staff.
So in the men's dorms, what does that look like?
So the men's dorms.
Like boot camp.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what
like open bays.
Yeah, I haven't been to a boot camp, sir. I know you're the Navy. You're in the Navy now. I'll stop asking questions. This is very helpful. Maybe a flow chart and everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Picking up on something the chair said, can you explain to me what the difference between what Project Fresh offers versus the reentry services? So you mentioned that the women who are in Project Fresh can also go to get some of the reentry services. What might they get in the reentry services that they don't get at Project Fresh?
So within Project Fresh, our reentry specialist that is assigned to Project Fresh and our social worker assigned to Project Fresh are assessing the needs of that unit all the time. So we're bringing in volunteer programming and groups and everything we can to meet the needs of who is on that unit at that time. But there may also be a volunteer that comes into the main compound to provide parenting groups or mediation or poetry program that they might also want to attend. For instance, our lived experience committee came in and spoke to the entire population at MCIW recently. So there's events and programs that happen for the entire compound, and then ones that are kind of specialized on the unit for the women that are on Project Fresh. So they get more, but they still get access to everything else that occurs as well. And one of the things that I think is important to mention is that a lot of the programs that are coming in from the community are volunteer-based. They're running on grants. They're not able to bill for the services that they provide behind the wall. And so it might be a challenge for them to have to go to separate compounds to provide services to two separate populations, whereas now they can come to one place and provide them to a larger group and kind of reach everyone. I would worry that we may not be able to duplicate everything at both compounds just because all of those services are really, kind of coming in volunteer-wise.
And how often would you say these other classes or group presentations occur?
On the Project Fresh unit or on the compound?
On the compound.
Oh, every day there's volunteer services at MCIW that are running.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was just going through the the letter of information, talking from the department, and had an opportunity to listen to the senator present her bill. And some of her frustration I can understand. As a legislator who you pass legislation that directs the executive branch to do something, then the executive branch doesn't do what the law says. It's frustrating. So I wanted to give you all the opportunity to help us all understand what's going on, because I mean we keep seeing this bill, and I mean I've read through, like I said, the letter of information where I think it says that at times there's been community pushback on locations, but why has this not been met? Is it because you don't want to do it, or is it what's going on? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know DGS is here in the room, and since it has been established they are in the lead of this project, would it be appropriate to have them come up and answer the good senator's question on that? Sure. Yeah.
I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it. You're in the hot seat now, but go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Chase. I'm the Chief of Staff at the Maryland Department of General Services. To your question, Senator, there were some early challenges, as Senator Washington noted, in terms of the veto by the prior administration. There was a delay in funding as well that came. Funding was not allocated until 2023 to this project. Since then, we at DGS, alongside our partners at DPSCS, have been working through a number of stages within the capital construction process for this facility. We've made a lot of progress and are moving a lot of things forward. At this point, we have paused the project as a result of feedback we've heard from stakeholders around the site selection, around the number of beds, those sorts of things, and we've committed to them to look at those factors again and see what possible alternatives we can explore as part of this project before we move forward with the design contract, which was pulled off the BPW agenda to accommodate that pause.
Now, how was that, the idea of that pause, was that communicated to the sponsor?
Yes, sir. That pause has been communicated to the sponsor. She noted it too during her testimony that DGS is working with stakeholders on those factors.
Before the decision was made, was it communicated to her that you all were thinking of pausing?
We had initially made that commitment with stakeholders in a meeting, so I would say that was the time we made that commitment.
So she would have known? That's what I'm trying to.
She would have been told after that, yes, sir.
After?
Yes, sir.
Not in conjunction with, not kind of partnering with her so that she knew what was going on?
We're committed to work with the senator on this to make sure that we incorporate all of her feedback along with the feedback of the stakeholders as well that we've been speaking with throughout this process.
How long is this pause going to be?
We've already started the process of looking at potential alternative sites within Baltimore City. And so we're analyzing those to see if they meet the requirements and may be a better suited location for this project. That analysis is going to take some time, but we anticipate to move forward as quickly as possible, sir.
I'm going to stop at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pick up where my colleague stopped. We heard from Senator Washington that there was one site that was chosen and was being looked at that would have followed the law, and then there was another site that was chosen and money, I believe we heard last year, was spent, that the site didn't follow the contours of the law at all. So why was that site even looked at? Why was that planned on? And to take that one step further, I hear the senator and her frustration that this has taken so long. And as my colleague said, there was a directive from this body to the executive branch that was not adhered to. So can you tell me why that site was looked at when it didn't adhere to the law? And can you give me assurance that the next site that you're going to look at will adhere to the law?
Yes, Senator. Let me address the first part in terms of the number of properties that were looked at initially when we did the search. We looked at 16 total properties throughout Baltimore City that were in the zip codes that were required in the legislation. So as the Senator mentioned, the prior legislation said that you look at the zip code that has the most number of people re-entering in Baltimore City. You then can place the facility in any adjacent zip code or that zip code itself. So we looked through all of those properties. We looked at the 16. We looked at the requirements in that legislation and how each one kind of stacked up against each other. That got us down to 3 total properties that were kind of the 3 best suited, including the one we are currently at right now, the 717 Forest Street, which does meet those requirements in that bill. So the school that she mentioned, there were 2 schools that were part of those 3. Neither one Baltimore City was willing to get rid of at that time that we were looking at it. So Utah Marshburn was one elementary school that was not slated to close at that time. That ended up closing later in 2023. And then the other school, Kennison School, they had a separate plan for that at the time that did not include this facility.
Mr. Chair. So you're saying Senator Washington said that 717 doesn't comply with the requirements of the law. I think I heard you say it does.
Our current program at 717 is in compliance with the laws that were passed by this body.
Okay, thank you.
So that was my question. I mean, look, that's one set of issues, and we'll get to the next one. But I mean, so then if we pass this bill, which then changes the specs again, not less than 3 acres in land area and not located within a mile radius of any existing correctional facility, that then changes the specs once more. So you're going to have to reevaluate the whole process again. How long do you anticipate that to take?
So, sir, we're currently looking at, if this bill were to pass, as the Senator mentioned, we are looking at what parallel paths we can run in the process. We have a Part 1, Part 2 program is what we call it, which is required for all capital projects. We have that already done for the 717 4th Street. Some of that's going to have to be tweaked. We don't know if it's going to have to be a full redo or not. We're going to work on doing that in conjunction with the property search. We expect we'd have to do some sort of acquisition process as part of this, because we don't necessarily know that there is a 3-acre property within the state's current document properties. So it's going to be some sort of an acquisition process that could be a long process. We just don't know exactly what that's going to look like at this point, not knowing what site that will be best suited for this based on this bill.
How much money has been, I know $9 million was allocated. How much has been spent?
So the agency has spent about $350,000, just a little over that, to cover the Part 1, Part 2 program that I just mentioned. So that covered that. The next portion of that would have gone, of the $9 million, the next portion of that would have gone to the design contract, which is that contract that we pulled off of the BPW agenda. We have not moved forward with that at this point. Again, looking at those potential alternative options.
Thanks. Well, that's why, I mean, that's one part of it. I mean, let's go back to whether this is a good idea or whether it can be improved upon and how it might be refined. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So then my question is, the cost associated with this could be up to how much? Was it close to $100 million? How much? Sorry, one last time. Sorry.
Sorry, what was your question, sir?
To build this facility, how much would it, soup to nuts?
Assistant Secretary Courtney League, who's the Assistant Secretary of Design, Construction, and Energy, can talk to you about the budget for the project.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. Right now, the estimated cost to build the facility at 717 Forest Street is about $108 million, all in with not only the construction, but the equipping and the setup of the facility.
Thank you. So $108 million. So back to the merits of whether this is a good idea or whether it can be refined or what. We all have a vested interest in ensuring that everyone who's coming out of incarceration is equipped to succeed once they get out, and that we treat everyone in the most humane way possible, arming them with tools, training, experiences to succeed. Fundamentally, that is where we are at. My understanding the resource allocation and programming, and understanding that most of the women who are going to be released are not of the pre-release status. My question is, and you, Amanda, you touched on this about if you were to kind of have to put service delivery in 2 different spots, what strain and stress would that put on there? And then also, what type of an ecosystem are you creating, or would we potentially threaten if we were to do this? I mean, I want to make sure that we do a good job here, but I'm very much concerned that we are going to be actually doing some harm to the majority of the people that are getting released absent other reforms. If you could just speak to that, because we all have the same goals. I just want to make sure that we're not frustrating that inadvertently.
Absolutely, thank you. So as I said, I do think that there is great benefit to having all the populations at MCIW. I think that a lot of the women who are medium security, who have, spent a significant number of years in incarceration or maybe serving time for significant crimes, who may never make it to that pre-release security status, but are eligible for the Second Look Act, one of whom the senators met while they were there, who's a dynamic individual and one of the great leaders on the compound. You take away access for a lot of that pre-release population, who sometimes are women who are coming in on lesser crimes and in and out a little bit, and we need them to kind of grab onto a mentor and somebody to kind of take them under their wing to help them do the right things while they're there. So you lose a little bit of that. And as a social worker, when we build our treatment groups, we try to make them as diverse as possible in all different ways. And one of the ways we're really careful about is making sure that we have some of those more long-standing leaders from the compound in those groups, because that really impacts the group process, and it creates an alliance between some of those individuals who are maybe newly to the facility or in that kind of pre-contemplation stage of change, and they're seeing how that change has impacted some of the other women who are living there. And that's so important. Those peer relationships, that mentorship is incredibly important to move them through the stages of change. So I do think we will lose some of that by separating the populations, and there is benefit to keeping them together. Again, the women who are in those security classifications who are nearing release and doing the right things, right? Those kind of women exist in all classifications, and we want to pull all of those women together to build this community.
That just, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your question. It just sparked another question for me. So if this facility is built a mile away, somewhere in Baltimore on 3 acres, and this group, which has been 30 to 70 women, and I don't know if that will change, but they'll be living over there and they'll have all that facility. Now, to the extent those women not only are pre-release, also participate in your other reentry programs, of which you sound like you have quite a few, then logistically, are you, would then we be I don't know how this would work. So I'm a little concerned about that cost because of, duplicating services sometimes means, okay, you duplicated them, but if you didn't have more money in the budget, all the services go down. So what would happen is those women would still be entitled, and you cannot deny them. They have to get the other reentry services that their individual plan allows and that they want. So then they would have to be transported back to where the services are provided currently, or you would then have to duplicate the services, or has that been discussed? I don't see it in this bill, but I don't know the original bill, and I don't know how that was set up.
So as far as the reentry and social work services, we would have additional staffing at that pre-release center who would provide the same services to those women at the pre-release unit, at the pre-release center, as we do at MCIW. Everyone is entitled to those services, and everyone will get them no matter what.
You would duplicate
Absolutely.
them. But
what would be a challenge to duplicate is the services that are coming in from the community, which are, the number of volunteer and community programs that are coming in to MCIW and the number of advocates that are involved in the women's population is huge.
Right.
And I would be concerned about their ability to provide all of those services in 2 different places. And so there may be, and I think that this is the case on the male side, that we have programs that may go to one men's minimum security institution, but they're only there. They don't go to all 6 locations. And so we would kind of end up in that place where these services are provided to the women, but it may be women at different compounds.
And I take it the benefit that you just explained for mentoring, dynamic women that, won't ever be eligible for pre-release, but are still, have a good trajectory in front of them. You wouldn't be allowed based on just the security issues, you can't take those mentors, those dynamic women, you cannot take them over to this separate pre-release facility. And really, it becomes unwieldy and I don't think there's an expectation, or perhaps the sponsor doesn't even want this, for you to take the population in pre-release, which the whole argument is, let's keep them completely separate, focus a lot on them. You can't take them. Right. They might argue it's counterproductive to at least the sponsor's goal to send them back to integrate with those groups. So we just have to understand that that separation may have some benefits, but it may have some costs.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we've burned this candle for long enough. Seeing no further questions, I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Thanks. All right. That'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 187. That was important dialogue, though, because it's a lot of money and it's a lot of resources, and we want to make sure that we're doing the right job. So. Oh, yes. So, yes, Katie Stein was signed up favorable with amendments, but is no longer, or is not in the room, in the Zoom room. Okay, so because some members have bill hearings in other committees, we're going to skip down. So, Senator Muse, if you're ready to go, we can go to Senate Bill 172. If you're ready. Awesome.
And I think I have
I was going to say we should all pray before this one, but
thank you. I think I have a couple of panelists who may be here, and I'll speak to that in a moment.
I think yes, we do have. He is available in the Zoom room.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to present, or I should say represent, this testimony in support of Senate Bill 172. This legislation has been submitted in the last year, and it passed the Senate by 42-1. I think Matthew Sikel from Wesley Covenant Association, he's either on the phone or he is here. Okay, I see him there now. Senate Bill 172, just to give some reminders, updates Maryland law governing property ownership within United Methodist churches to reflect fairness, transparency, and modern realities facing local congregations. Current status requires that all assets of a Methodist church be held in trust for the United Methodist Church, even when the local church acquired, maintained, improved the property using its own resources and later seeks to disaffiliate. This bill repeals the mandatory trust requirement and replaces it with a clear, balanced statutory framework. Under SB 172, a local United Methodist church that disaffiliates from the United Methodist Conference may retain ownership of real property. At the same time, the bill protects the conference's legitimate financial interests by requiring reimbursement for any documented investments the conference made toward the acquisition, maintenance, or improvement of that property. Before any reimbursement is required, the United Methodist Conference must provide the disaffiliating church with a full and transparent accounting of its financial contributions. Additionally, a local church may not be required to reimburse the conference for property investments that were made by the local church themselves. This ensures that reimbursement obligations are fair, evidence-based, and limited to actual conference contribution. Senate Bill 172 also repeals outdated statutory provisions that previously allowed courts to infer a trust relationship even when no trust clause existed in a deed executed before 1953. Removing this language provides clarity, reduces litigation, and aligns statutory law with modern principles of property ownership. This bill will codify the new provision within the corporation and association's title. Let me give a brief portion of some of the background. Some of you heard this before. Somewhere between 2020 and roughly 2023, between that time, 2020 and 2023, the Methodist New Law and Book of Discipline was voted upon and published. It allowed churches to disaffiliate and leave. Therefore, the question at that time was no longer, are they allowed to leave, but under what process is given for them to leave. Essentially, they could leave if they had a certain amount of money in a short window of time. This requirement made it hard, if not impossible, for any churches that wanted to disaffiliate able to do so. This provision included, there was a standard form for disaffiliation that included the following, but not limited to this. They had to be approved by the annual conference, Board of Trustees, advice of the Cabinet, the annual conference treasurer, and others. B, the apportionments, that is, the shared fair share that churches are asked to give. At my time, it was 32% of the operating expense. The local church shall pay any unpaid apportionments for 12 months prior to disaffiliation, as well as an additional 12 months of apportionments. 3, property. A disaffiliating church shall have the right to retain its real and personable, tangible, and intangible property. All transfers of this property shall be made prior to disaffiliation. All costs for transfers of title and other legal work will be borne by the disaffiliating church. D, and finally, 4 and finally rather, the local church shall contribute withdrawal liability in an amount equal to what paragraph 2553 requires, that the church will pay a portion of the conference pension liabilities that is proportional to the church's size membership. Another way of putting it is a church pro rata share of the church's pension liabilities. There were other stipulations, but I won't list them now. For smaller congregations, this amounted to a lot of money. The conference demanded that churches would pay 50% of their local church assessed property. This created an ethical dilemma. This exit fee is often viewed as punitive rather than compensatory. It places churches in an untenable position where they must either pay a significant portion of their resources to disaffiliate, thus they lose everything. In many cases, local churches owned their properties long before they became affiliated with the United Methodist Church. These churches did not purchase or maintain their buildings with the denomination's resources. At times they may have given loans for some of the programs, etc. Properties were donated to many of these churches prior to their affiliation, and the denomination did not contribute to the purchase or maintenance of these buildings. And yet the churches are being asked to pay a substantial fee for property they have largely funded and maintained on their own. As it is now, if a church decides to leave and cannot pay, they lose everything. All of their property confiscated, loss of their building, their place of worship, their parsonage, and everything with it, including dishes in the church. All of that is sold off. It's no secret that I was once a United Methodist pastor 25, 30 years ago. I don't know, I'm getting kind of old now. But at the time when I left, they even wanted my sermons, my robes, and everything else. And I knew that my sermons wasn't worth anything, so I just let them have those. But they lose their cemeteries, their ancestors have passed down, where their loved ones are laid to rest. They lock the door, take it all, and sell it. And this has happened to many, many, many churches. Now, times change. There may have been a time when the ancestors said, okay, this is great for me, but the newer generation said, that's not what we want. But it's still our church. It's our ancestors' church. We bought the property. We maintained it. And at the same time, we paid the Methodist Church for our, and for lack of a better term, I'll find a better one later, for our membership. That's what they said. Poor churches and black churches are hit the hardest. Closed, sold, nothing is given back to the congregation. Now, I want to make it clear that SB 172 does not interfere with matters of faith, doctrine, or internal church governance. It addresses only civil property rights and provides a fair process for resolving ownership when affiliations change. And I'm going to say this loudly, they should not be penalized. No one should be penalized for whether they start to worship. No one should be penalized because they are different, have differences of opinion, no matter what that is. Everybody should have a right to worship where they please, when they please, how they please, and not be penalized for it. So I want to make that clear. This only has to do with having the right of churches after hundreds of years of owning their own building. And let me say, as I said before, in 2020, somewhere between 2020 and 2023, they allowed churches to leave. They changed the law. And they said, you can leave. And 25 to 50%, depending on the conference that you're talking about, they left. And when they saw that so many people were leaving, they then went back with the Board of Trustees, not a vote of the General Conference, but which makes their laws, you know, nationwide or worldwide for the United Methodist Church. They went back and said, okay, if you want to leave now, here's what you have to do and here's what it's going to cost. The larger churches could pay that. Smaller churches couldn't pay that. And so, again, this has nothing to do with doctrine, theology. It only has to do with people taking a vote in their congregation saying we want to leave. And I'll say this is not, we're not ruled, our governance is not by the entire congregation. Conference makes that decision. So many have said, no, that's not what we want. I'll close with this. My father was a Methodist preacher. Our ancestors, his father, and they were there at a time when the properties were not owned by the Methodist Church. This was done by vote of the delegates who represented the church and the pastor. However, for a long time, many black pastors couldn't vote because they didn't have the money to go to seminary. They didn't have money to go for a 7-year degree. They lost their voice. They lost their vote. They lost their status that they once had within the black church. And then finally, people will say, I'm not going to preach, they say finally 10 times. But I'm closing now. and let me say this. When we ask ourselves, is this fair? And how can this happen? I think we need to ask ourselves this. For example, there would be no African Methodist Episcopal Church if Richard Allen had not been pulled from the altar because of his color and asked to go to the balcony because he couldn't pray. There'd be no AME church. There would be no Progressive Baptist Conference, no Episcopal Church, no Lutheran Church, if they were not allowed to not only voice their opinions, but leave and leave with their property, not under the threat that if you leave, everything you have will be sold and you have to go somewhere else to start again. I ask you, Mr. Chairman, and I ask this committee for a favorable vote regarding this issue. And I thank you so much for letting me speak and talk about my bill. I think we have one other panelist that's here.
Yes, Senator, yes. All right, Mr. Sichel, you're up. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. I've been before this committee before, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, or actually now it's this afternoon. I'm Reverend Matthew Sickle. I used to be a United Methodist pastor. I, with a number of other clergy, decided that we would disaffiliate on our own, and we left the Methodist Church. I'm now a global Methodist Church pastor. The process for disaffiliation was costly and cumbersome because the denomination claims ownership over all the property. There were other conferences that were very gracious in their terms for churches to depart, but the Baltimore-Washington Conference required that churches pay 50% of their property value, and for many congregations, that was impossible for them to pay. But it's the local church that purchased these properties, that improved these properties, and maintained them for decades and decades. The conference has been reticent and actually obstinate to any negotiation of lowering this cost. And one of the things that they consistently pointed back to is this text in the Corporation for Association and Regulations in Maryland's Code, which I believe is an illegal intrusion of the government into the life of the church. The trust clause is something that is meant to protect the life of the church. And there will be people who stand up here and tell you that it is that. It is a protection for the churches and how they are governed. For the state to have a voice in that or to say anything about that, to me, is really inappropriate. And then there will be people that tell you, well, we need this because the other churches and denominations have something like this. Not all of them do. Churches in the Presbyterian Church of America that have trust clauses, churches in the Anglican Church of North America that have trust clauses. There's nothing in the Maryland Code about those trust clauses. So I would urge you to put a favorable report for this bill to make it equivalent for them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, we also have those who have come in the middle with all the snow on the ground to dig themselves out and to come. And I just wanted to say thank you to them.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you all. We have a couple questions from committee. We're going to start with Senator Henson, and then we'll go to Senator West, then McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing the bill. I want to make sure I understand it right. So typically when you're looking and searching for title, the chain of title, you look and you see a series of deeds that convey the property from one owner to the next and the next.
Right.
What you're telling me is that for these church properties, the law is a part of that chain of title. So no matter what it says, what the law did was intervene in 1953 to say that the church and its trust owns the properties no matter what the deed said?
Well, and put it this way, in about 1972, there were three denominations that merged. One was the Black United Methodist Church, Old Washington Conference, that my dad served in. The other was the Evangelical Brethren and the Methodist Episcopal Church. So really, this came into existence in 1972 when Governor Marvin Mandel signed the bill. And when he signed the bill, actually a few years later, when I put this bill in, he accompanied me and came and said, and you can read his testimony, it is on file, he said that was one of the worst things that I ever done. It was the biggest transference of wealth and property that was ever done. So many of those churches still have their original deeds. They date back to 1800s, et cetera, et cetera. But with that one vote of the conference, they lost it all, even though legally they still own their property. That's how that occurred.
I had the privilege last February of speaking at a Methodist church in Anne Arundel County in Laurel in Black History Month. And a part of what they did was they showcased the church's history through a series of storyboards. And the church dated back to the 1870s. And it was a particular family, post-emancipation, who owned the land. And on that land, they built a church in addition to a family home. They conveyed the land, the church building, to the church itself, and then later on joined the United Methodist denomination. Are you saying that that family that worked post-emancipation to own property, to then build a church, to serve out of the kindness in their faith,
Right.
that then conveyed that church later on, and as I understand it, maybe pastors wanted to make sure they had the support of a pension or
Right,
some other
pension and
things that
salary, et cetera.
maybe wouldn't have been
That's right.
available, that then that land that was owned by that family and that church that was purchased through the labor of that family and then maintained through the labor of that congregation, that with the law that was passed through the General Assembly, that the ownership of that property was instantly transferred from those individuals
Correct.
to the United Methodists as a corporation.
That is absolutely correct. And the scenario that you just gave is one that I'm familiar with because I was a pastor of a United Methodist Church that dated back to 1884. And they went from a stick church to a little larger church. When I got there, the church seated about 80 people and was a very nice edifice that a very wonderful pastor, Pastor Owen Johnson, built. Then by the time I left, we had just built a $6 million building, sanctuary, et cetera. And not many years after, maybe 3 years after that, because many of the congregants went with us. I didn't stay to fight and say, oh, this is our church, et cetera, et cetera. I knew that I was in a covenant that said, that was the case. And then they said, well, he left the church in debt. I said, I did, because I asked to pay for the congregation asked, could we pay our church off? Only been in there 9 months. They said, the church is in debt. I said, it is in debt. I left it in debt. I left it in debt because I wasn't going to pay for it if we couldn't stay there. So what do you call that? So that was the case. Yes, that is the case. And many of them are now saying, no, we want our grandmother's church back. We want our grandfather's church back. They labored hard in those days to give dishes and forks and knives. And so we just don't want that anymore. And I think they have a right in America to say that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, are you familiar with the opinion of the Maryland Attorney General dated March 26, 2025?
I am.
Okay. Let me start. I hope I'm not belaboring the obvious here, but as I read your bill, it would apply retroactively to all existing Methodist churches, as well as future churches that choose to affiliate with the Methodist faith, correct?
Well, you don't really affiliate with the Methodist church. A church may grow out of a congregation, okay, et cetera.
But your bill, as you design your bill, it would apply to a church that has been in existence last year, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, et cetera. So the bill is designed to apply retroactively.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to read short portions of this opinion and ask you to comment on them.
Okay.
It says, the First Amendment and Article 36 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights prohibit the state from using legislation to interfere with how a church controls its operations, interprets its religious doctrine, or governs itself. Then it says, the Maryland Supreme Court has described 3 ways in which hierarchical denominations may ensure that they maintain control over local church property. And the third of those ways is obtaining from the General Assembly an act providing for that result. And then finally, and then I'm going to get you to comment, the United Methodist Church's control over local church property has been safeguarded by, quote, obtaining from the General Assembly an act providing for that result, close quotes, as contemplated by the Maryland Supreme Court, specifically current Section 5-326, specifies in relevant part that all assets owned by any Methodist church, quote, shall be held by the trustees of the church in trust for the United Methodist Church, close quotes. Mm-hmm. So do you disagree with any of the things the Attorney General wrote so far in his opinion?
Yes, and because except for the fact that the legislature did it and the legislature can undo it. Prior to that, that was not the case. Prior to the merging of the churches, that was not the case at all. So I think that under the present law, as it was signed into law at that time, that is the case. What these churches are asking for, and there are hundreds of them that are asking for this, they're simply saying, we want to repeal what we too believe the legislature did.
Okay, so I understand your point is the legislature passed that law back in, what was it, 1972?
Around 72.
1972, and if we pass, if we
and
now...
Some of this goes back to 53, but when they became the United Methodist Church, that's about the time frame that it occurred.
So your point is if we now repeal the 1972 law, then we've obliterated the United Methodist Church's right to control the local property.
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm going on with the Attorney General's opinion. It says this bill's proposed section would permit local United Methodist churches to retain ownership of local church property upon disaffiliation. To the extent that this provision would apply retroactively, it is likely unconstitutional. By legislatively requiring that local churches be allowed to retain ownership of local church real property, in certain circumstances, contrary to the United Methodist Church's established method of local churches holding property in trust for the parent church, this bill likely crosses the line from neutral law to impermissible interference with religious exercise.
Well, I think the interference first begun when we got involved and gave the rights of the property to the United Methodist Church. And so what many of them are saying is that this is what you did without asking us, really, not each local church member. I understand the process for getting that done, but that's how it was done. And they're asking that we would give the opportunity. So retroactivity, I understand that.
Okay, so it's your position. I'm trying to get to the essence of your position. It is that the law that Maryland passed in 1972, which made sure that the United Methodist Church collectively owned all the property of the local churches, right, that we can repeal that law and thereby divest the United Methodist Church of all this local property that was given to it, effectively given to it by the 1972 law, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you for bringing the bill again.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you recall during the hearing last year, there was a disagreement between those churches and the conference.
Right.
It talked about grants or loans for roofs and HVAC.
Right.
And there was a clearly disagreement if they had done that or they didn't.
Right.
I asked for examples from the conference,
right,
to be provided to me and then the committee.
And the committee, right.
I never received that. I don't know if you ever received it.
No, I never received it.
So I assume there aren't any. So, but thank you for bringing the bill back up again. I'd still like to get that question answered. I know that's not your responsibility,
right,
but it is, I believe, the conference's responsibility.
Right.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McKay. Further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, that'll conclude the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch to the opposition panel. We'll hear from Sheridan Almond and Thomas Starnes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Thomas Starnes, Tom Starnes. I'm the Chancellor of the Baltimore-Washington Conference of the United Methodist Church. I've been before you before, and I've been to Annapolis on bills of this nature probably 6 times within the last 10 years or so. This year's bill is different from the one for the first 5 years. It's the very same as the bill that the Senate adopted last year on March 17, 2025. Went to the House. At the time the Senate adopted it, did not have the benefit of a letter of advice from the Attorney General on the constitutionality of that bill under the First Amendment, the Free Exercise Clause. when we went over to the House and appeared before the Economic Matters Committee. We testified there on March 25th, and on March 26th, the Attorney General, it's attached to my written testimony, the Attorney General's office issued a letter of opinion saying that this bill, insofar as it seeks to impose on the United Methodist Church, number one, a right to disaffiliate, which no longer exists, and it only ever existed from 2019 to 2023, where it allowed churches to leave if they had an objection to the denomination's stance on human sexuality issues. Otherwise, there is no right to disaffiliate from the United Methodist Church. This bill seeks to give that right, a state-sponsored right, to disaffiliate from a church. That's plainly unconstitutional. The opinion of the Attorney General last year and a case law from the Supreme Court, the Kedroff case, invalidated a New York statute that did functionally the same thing. The Fifth Circuit, now the 11th Circuit in Florida, invalidated a statute that Alabama passed that's virtually on all fours. One additional problem with this bill is that it singles out the United Methodist Church. Mr. Sitchell, Reverend Sitchell, is wrong. Your Maryland Code has separate provisions for the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church, the Methodist Church, and the Roman Catholic Church. It incorporates by reference and makes enforceable against every Episcopal congregation and every Presbyterian congregation the trust clauses in their documents.
Thank you very much. All right.
Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon. My name is Reverend Sheridan Almond, and I appear to you today as the chair of the conference, Baltimore-Washington Conference Trustees. I'm also the senior pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Kensington, Maryland, which is in Montgomery County. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appear to you today to respectfully oppose SB 0172 and to explain why the Methodist Trust Clause is not an overreach of authority, but a foundational and legally consistent expression of our church's polity. I've heard the concern often expressed, we built this church, we paid for it, our name is on the deed. Those statements reflect sincere investment and faithful sacrifice, but it does not reflect how the United Methodist Church is structured nor how its property has ever been understood within our denomination. The United Methodist Church is not a congregational body. It is a connectional church governed by the shared covenant through a system known as conferencing and itineracy. Local congregations voluntarily affiliate with the denomination and in doing so accepts its governing rules, including the trust clause. This clause has existed for centuries and is clearly articulated in our governing document, the Book of Discipline. Legally, the trust clause does not strip local churches of possession or responsibility. Local congregations hold title, manage property, and bear all financial obligations. However, they do so in trust for the mission and continuity of the United Methodist Church. This is not unusual. Trust arrangements are widely recognized in law, particularly where organizations operate through layered governance and shared purpose. Historically, the trust clause was established by John Wesley to ensure that church property would remain available for the preaching of the gospel, regardless of leadership changes, conflict, or schisms. As a pastor, I do not view my congregation as an owner of the property to be disposed of at will. We are stewards, temporarily custodians of resources entrusted to us for God's work today and tomorrow. The trust clause reflects that.
Ms. Allman, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and consideration.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Senator Love's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, if you'll allow me. Thank you. My first question is with relation to the Attorney General's letter. The Attorney General said it is within our purview and not unconstitutional to repeal those two sections that we put in back then. If we were to do just to finish that sentence, the newly added language was what the Attorney General said was unconstitutional. If we were to repeal those two sections that were added in, what would happen to that church property?
The outcome would be the same. Senator Muse was incorrect on the law. The Maryland Code did not give a right to the United Methodist Church that it otherwise lacks. The Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, long before this bill was passed, and by the way, it was passed in 1953, not 1972, and it was passed at the same time the provisions for the Episcopal Church were put in and the Presbyterian Church, and the whole idea is that the Maryland legislature, being part of a state known for its tolerance of different religious perspectives, wanted to say we have a religious corporation statute, but we recognize that some churches are structured in different ways. But the Supreme Court, even before that was passed, recognized that there are roughly half of the Christians in the United States operate under a system that is connectional or Episcopal or Roman Catholic, where they're not congregational churches, and so property is held in trust. And the Supreme Court has been clear from the beginning that those trusts can be imposed through a deed or through the parent church's constitution or rules of discipline, which the Methodist Church has done. And courts, throughout the centuries, well, throughout the 200 years, roughly a little bit after the Civil War is when cases like this first started, and they've routinely held uniformly the United Methodist Church. But the statute performs an important public policy. Courts say that it's good to have good public notice of who holds title to property, and it limits disputes and it makes them easier to resolve. And so 13 states, including Maryland, have concluded that it makes sense to put provisions in the discipline that are specific, in their codes that are specific. Other states do something similar. They simply say if you're affiliated with a denominational church, you're bound by the rules of the denominational church. They don't name a specific denomination. All these statutes add to informing the public, generally third-party buyers of churches. The congregations know, and by the way, virtually every United Methodist Church begins as a United Methodist Church. It's extremely rare for a church to begin and later join the United Methodist Church. So in any event, the outcome of court cases would be the same for the United Methodist Church, or at least they should be. It is definitely helpful that when a state statute incorporates or sort of acknowledges by reference the United Methodist Church, the Episcopal Church, or the Presbyterian Church, they're structured differently, and so different things apply. In Maryland, the General Religious Corporation Statute assumes, and the Court of Appeals has held this, or now the Supreme Court has held this, assumes that the church is congregational, and therefore that the trustees of the local church are in total control of the church property. But the Supreme Court has said you can do it by state statute, you can do it by the constitution of the parent church or our book of discipline, or you can do it in the deed. Incidentally, of the 38 churches, there's another reason why even simply repealing this would be something we would oppose. I do think it creates discrimination, which itself is a free exercise issue. You can't discriminate among denominations. These provisions, Methodist, Episcopal, Presbyterian, were passed as a package, recognizing that all of these denominations are more or less in the same bucket. They're not congregational. To repeal one, leave the others intact. In fact, 2 years ago, you added another provision to make sure that the Episcopal Diocese of Washington was covered in the Episcopal sections. Before, it had been left out, perhaps because of the assumption that all the churches were in D.C. when in fact some are in Maryland. And those provisions incorporate by reference the canons of the church and the constitution of the Episcopal Church, which have trust clauses in them and therefore are fully enforceable in Maryland law under the statute in accordance with the same precedent that the Methodist Church should be able to rely upon. There is pending litigation, still has been for 2023. 38 churches sued the Baltimore-Washington Conference, contending that the conditions for disaffiliation imposed by the conference, a right that's now expired, were unfair. About half of the claims were dismissed early on. The other half were dismissed last October. We had oral argument before the Appellate Court of Maryland in January, and we're awaiting their decision. I'm sorry, the summary judgment was granted on the remaining claims. So the point is we still have a pending lawsuit.
Comprehensive answer. Senator Charles.
Thank you, sir. One of the questions, the statements you made just now was that most churches start with United Methodists. And so what that made me believe is technically that means there are churches that do later join United Methodists. Do you happen to have a number of how many churches have joined after they started?
I don't. We have 598 churches, I think, in the Baltimore-Washington Conference. There are another 50 or 60 or 70 churches in Maryland that belong to the Peninsula Delaware Conference. But I would add, Senator, when a church, actually, this is a rule for any voluntary association, whether it's a church or the Kiwanis Club or the Rotary Club. When you join a voluntary association, uniform case law holds that you are consenting to be bound by that association's rules. And the existence of the trust clause is no mystery to any church that comes into the United Methodist Church. It existed in the Book of Discipline in 1797.
I got another question for you. So typically, what do you do to let those churches in? If they did not start in the United Methodist Church, what's the process to allow them to join the United Methodist Church? Since some churches don't automatically start off as United Methodist, there's a few. What do you got to do to let them join?
I don't know all the specifics, but there are provisions in our Book of Discipline for almost everything. And one of them is to have a church become part of the denomination. And that's a responsibility that takes place within an annual conference. You will find cases that point out, and you will find this in the discipline too, a congregation is a United Methodist local church is birthed by the annual conference, and if it is ever closed, which can happen if people disperse or it just dwindles to a point, the decision to give rise to a United Methodist congregation and to close a United Methodist congregation belong to the annual conference. They're not self-executing.
Okay,
So
and that conference, do you happen to know, you've been around for a while, how many of those churches that did not start off as United Methodists, how many of them have actually said, you know what, this isn't for us, we're leaving?
I really don't even have an estimate, but I could inquire and get you that information.
All right, and finally, for those particular churches, when they do leave, how do you handle them leaving? Like, what is the process?
There is no process. United Methodist churches cannot leave the denomination. Individual members of the United Methodist Church can withdraw their membership, disavow affiliation with the United Methodist Church. There is, until 2019, there was never any methodology or process by which a United Methodist local church could unilaterally leave the denomination, let alone keep its property. I mean, you just can't extinguish. I mean, there are churches, for example, where this law, if passed, would on its face allow 51%, a bare majority of the members of a local church to disaffiliate.
All right, so what that says, well, at least what I'm hearing, a church could come with their own property, start up as say, we want to join the United Methodist Church, go through your conference, get awarded the ability to join with you all, and then when they want to leave because they figure out this doesn't work for them, they won't be able to leave, and if they try to leave, you can then take their property?
What they would be doing is the same as any grantor or settlor of a trust does. They would be taking property if they had already acquired it, which again is unusual for a church to do that and then become United Methodist. But any person that establishes a trust is then bound by the terms of the trust. That's a contract between the settlor of the trust and the beneficiary of the trust. those are enforceable under neutral principles of law. Really what this law does is say the United Methodist Church cannot have a trust relationship with its local churches. Every local church is effectively a congregational church now. It can leave when it wants, and the only thing the denomination gets is what it's invested in the property. You're basically converting the United Methodist Church, insofar as it operates in Maryland, into a Baptist denomination. That's the effect of this bill. That's why it's unconstitutional.
Thank you, sir.
Just a couple of questions, and thank you for coming and for your patience. I think I did correct myself when I said 1972. I said that some of this started in 1953. In 53, was it the Methodist Episcopal Church that had that clause?
No. In 53, it would have been the Methodist Church. And I'm glad you're raising this. The United Methodist Church is deemed under the law, including Supreme Court precedent, U.S. Supreme Court precedent, as the successor of the church that began in Baltimore City in 1784. In fact, that was the first time any Methodist denomination as a distinct church ever existed. That happened in Baltimore. That was the Methodist Episcopal Church, Senator Muse. In 1939, the Methodist Episcopal Church merged with the Methodist Episcopal Church South and with the Methodist Protestant churches. They had all had trust provisions in their deeds and in their books of discipline before that merger, and they had them thereafter. They became known as the Methodist Church in 1968, not 1972.
I know the history. I know church history.
Well, but the history is not 1972. Nothing happened then. The Washington Conference was always part of the Methodist Church, but it became part of the Baltimore-Washington Conference. That's why we named it Baltimore-Washington Conference in 65 or 66. In 68 is when we merged with
the law went into effect here in Maryland in 72.
The deeds were in there. And by the way, African Methodist Episcopal, AME Zion, some of you have heard of, AME Church, is a distinct denomination. They have all had trust provisions in their books of discipline from their founding, which was essentially in the colonial era. So this is nothing unusual. And folks that are dedicated members of the United Methodist Church feel good about this trust clause. They don't feel like their property is being taken from them. They feel like they're sharing their property as the body of Christ with the entire community.
And may I ask a couple other questions? When you just said if this were to go into effect, about 51% of the churches would leave. I think that says something.
No, I said I'm sorry. Say what you said again.
You said that if what we do goes into effect, he didn't say that? Yeah, that 51% of the churches would just leave.
No. If I said that, I misspoke. What I said is under this bill, 51% of the membership of a single church could vote, and under this bill, they would no longer be United Methodists. Putting aside the feelings about the 49% who didn't want to disaffiliate, putting aside the feelings of the folks who are in graves in the cemetery who contributed money to this church and would have wanted it to stay.
Okay. And at the general conference prior to this in 2020, they did allow, and they voted to allow churches to disaffiliate.
In 2019, not just a second, no, in 2019, they allowed churches for a time-limited period of time established right then. They said between 2019 and December 31, 2023, for the first time in our history, you're going to have a right to disaffiliate if you satisfy certain terms.
Right.
Excuse me. So there was no general creation of a right to leave that was going to survive past the end of 2023.
In this conference or in other conferences, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, they then gave those churches a right to simply leave. And about a third of those churches left. Just, I believe it was last month in South Carolina. I do have that written before. And by the way, one of you asked how many churches and how many pastors are attempting in this conference. I have that available to you. But they were allowed to leave, and many of the churches, I think 100 and something on the Eastern Shore, left. And when they saw that these churches were leaving, that's when they put these quote-unquote penalties, financial hardships. So it's not as though they were not ever allowed, and the moment that they voted to allow them to leave, that kind of left de facto it erased what is in the book of discipline by your very own deciding to allow churches to leave with, well, let me just give my opinion, okay, because I've been dealing with this for a long time. I went to one of your schools. I've been educated there. I understand. So then, when we said you can leave, and all the churches left, and then we came back and said, okay, you know, let's put a kind of little stop to this. You can leave if you pay 50% of the building, apportionments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Senator, respectfully, that's not how it came to be.
Then how do all the churches on the Eastern Shore in Delaware leave?
Well, I'm about to tell the entire committee what the procedure was. Okay. The General Conference, the overall highest legislative body in the denomination, said that churches did not say simply churches can leave. It said churches can leave if they do the following things. The General Conference imposed the pension withdrawal liability payment. For good reasons, that's something that happens whenever any employer withdraws from a multi-employer pension plan in the secular world. The General Conference, not the Baltimore-Washington Conference, required 2 years of apportionment, so really catch up to the current year, then 1 additional year. And the General Conference said annual conferences, or rather the Annual Conference Board of Trustees, who are on the ground and know what may be needed in that community, can impose additional conditions. Various annual conferences imposed additional financial conditions, and the Judicial Council of the United Methodist Church upheld those as consistent with the law, as the church law as established by the General Conference. Your belief and your feeling that the conditions imposed by the Baltimore-Washington Conference were unfair, again, respectfully, first of all, that is an issue that is squarely in front of the court in the case brought by the 38 churches. And my understanding is that the legislature has historically not wanted to become involved in issues that are actively in litigation.
Not true. That's not true. We just did a bill on ICE, and ICE is being sued all over this country, so that's not accurate. And I can go on where there are cases going on right now, and we've taken positions down through the years on those particular cases. So that's not really accurate.
I don't have any problem with what the legislature might have done with respect to ICE, but I think what we're talking about here is the very same issue you just identified is right in front of the Maryland courts. But in any event, what you're saying is unfair is a church rule of ecclesiastical procedure, and under the opinion of the Attorney General issued on this very same bill last year, that the state can't do that by statute or by court order. It simply can't interfere with a matter of ecclesiastical governance of that nature without violating the free exercise
clause. I think what Senator
clause.
Love just read, the other portion of that statement says that we have a part to play in that. That's what you just read. The repeal and all that, we have a right to do that. Just as South Carolina and others have done, and with the 136 churches that left and all of them that left in Texas and then the Carolinas.
Senator, South Carolina legislature has not passed a law like this one.
They may not pass the law, but I'll do what y'all didn't do. I'll get that case to you, and then you and I can talk about that. But that's where I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and I apologize for coming in late, and if you've answered these questions or was in the testimony, just say so. But I just want to get a couple of clarifications. As I understand this bill, it would permanently end the Methodist Church's ability to have trust agreements with local churches. Is that correct?
In Maryland,
yes, sir, I'm
yes,
sorry,
in
in
fact, it would make it impossible for us to put trust clauses in deeds by agreement with folks. And the trust clause in the discipline would be nullified for Maryland churches, enforceable under binding Supreme Court precedent in every other state in the union.
You can get back to me on this, but I am not aware, but I'll pose it as a question. Are you aware of the state of Maryland ever passing a law prohibiting, non-governmental entities from creating trust agreements?
No, no, and I think that would have its own constitutional problems, just as the Attorney General noticed retroactivity would cause a problem under the contract clause.
Trust agreements are contracts.
Yeah, I mean, we have freedom of religion, a right of association. Folks can agree to come together in association, and as I said, it's not just churches, it's any voluntary association is entitled to develop its rules. Boy Scouts, Rotary Club, whatever. And the members are bound by them.
Well,
by the simple act
I'm
of
asking
joining.
a larger question because in general, trust agreements are contracts, private parties. The law is generally, government does not, and should not engage in the dictating how private affairs are conducted.
Right.
Now, your situation here is that you've got the law that allows this, and then do most of the deeds have trust provisions, or is it 6 of one or half a dozen of the other? So you'd have the law, which would be in effect regardless. But what's the status of most of the deeds in the affected area?
It varies, but let me tell you what we know about the 38 churches that filed the lawsuit. The lead plaintiff, which is an Anne Arundel County Church in Annapolis, has trust provisions exactly like the Book of Discipline in its articles of incorporation. And it's asking the court to invalidate its own articles of incorporation, though they've never amended them themselves. There are a handful, if not more, of local churches among those 38 plaintiffs that similarly have provisions in their articles of incorporation that are word-for-word replicas of the trust provisions in the deed. There are probably about half of the plaintiffs in that lawsuit have trust provisions in their deeds.
And the reason I asked, sir, is that I haven't been able to digest this whole bill, but the statute then inadvertently or directly would then interfere with those deeds that have a private trust agreement, irrespective of the trust law we have, but it would then allow for the violation of those trust agreements, which, prohibit or restrict disaffiliation, et cetera. Is that correct?
Honestly, I would have to know more about the retroactivity issue because this bill does contain a provision that says it will take effect in October 2026. Now, I think it's still possible.
No. I apologize. I thought it was retroactive, but it's not, sir. Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Well,
we'll have to see.
It may be retroactive in another sense. I mean, it could certainly impede our ability to deal with churches that came in.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow that because I have one more question, but I might not have one more question.
Well, I understand Senator West's question before to be this bill, and I think I did understand this answer also. This bill is designed to apply to churches that are currently part. In other words, it wouldn't only apply to churches that join after the effective date. It would apply to churches
right, even though it's prospective, if they're existing, what I'm trying to establish, it's not for all, but of the impacted churches in Maryland, the statute would, if enacted, would then basically allow for the local churches to violate the private contractual trust agreement because they have a statute that says they can do what the trust agreements say they cannot do, which to me creates an inherent conflict between, I don't know what would control the private contract or the statute, to be honest with you.
I think there is vagueness in that, which is the opposite of what you want to achieve when you're talking about property rights and what the statute should say about it. But we would argue that any attempt to invalidate a pre-existing deed language or agreement would be a violation of the contracts clause of the Constitution. In addition to, we would preserve
I was just
free
trying to
exercise clause.
flush that out, that that's a potential issue. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 172. We're going to now move on to Senator Charles, the Senate Bill 68. That's fine.
When you come up, then you'll come up and testify up here. You, Christina. I know my folks didn't know they were going to get a lesson on religion today, so and contracts. But good afternoon, Chair Smith, to the Vice Chair and honorable members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. For the record, I am Senator Nick Charles, representing Legislative District 25, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 68, also known as the D-Torch Road Safety Act. This legislation is named in honor of Donnell G. Torch Floyd, Jr., whose tragic and preventable death reminds us that behind every tragic statistic, there is a family and a community that's forever changed. This bill is about ensuring that no more Maryland families have to endure that kind of loss. Every year, an average of 1,300 motorcycle-involved crashes occur in Maryland. Motorcyclists are among the most vulnerable users of our roadways. They are not protected by the reinforced steel that surrounds passenger vehicles, and collisions involving motorcycles are far more likely to result in serious injury or death. Now, while most drivers do not intentionally put riders at risk, a lack of education and awareness continues to contribute to the preventable crashes. Currently, there are only 3 motorcycle-related questions and a pool of more than 130 questions that may appear on the standard driver's license exam, and there is no requirement that even one of those questions be included. Remember that, 3 out of 130 and no guarantees to be on the test. As a result, many drivers are licensed without even being tested on how to safely share the road with motorcycles. Senate Bill 68 takes a common sense, life-saving approach by requiring that the Motor Vehicle Administration include at least 5 motorcycle safety awareness questions on the driver's license exam. These questions do a couple of things with educating drivers. They educate on motorcycle visibility and blind spots. They make sure folks understand safe following distances and proper lane positioning. And it also helps people prove crash prevention strategies that protect both riders and drivers. The D-Torch Road Safety Act also supports a broader public safety efforts, including improved road infrastructure and signage and public education initiatives that reinforce the message, look twice, save a life. As I've said, we are making a small change, it's very small, only 5 questions, to an exam, but a sizable difference in education that will save lives. Lives like Donnell Floyd, Jr., who was taken from our community far too soon. In closing, Senate Bill 68 strengthens protections for motorcycle riders and promotes safer roads for everyone who uses them. And I respectfully urge all of my friends on this committee to issue a favorable report on this legislation and help us make a meaningful step toward preventing future tragedies on Maryland's roads. Next, you'll hear from my panel, starting off with Ms. Jennifer Floyd, who is Donnell's mother. His father, who's up here, he's not going to speak, but Donnell Floyd Sr., Christina Barnes from the D-Torch Foundation. I know online we have former council member Calvin Hawkins, and then we also have our sheriff, Prince George's County Sheriff John Carr. And I'm going to open it up now to my panel with Ms. Jennifer Floyd. And then everybody, please come up here to the front when you speak.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony today in strong support of Senate Bill SB 0068, the D-Torch Road Safety Act. My name is Jennifer Floyd. I am the founder and CEO of the D-Torch Foundation, a nonprofit organization I created after losing my son, Donnell G. Floyd Jr., known as Torch in the motorcycle community, in a motorcycle crash on September the 10th, 2024. Motorcyclists represent a small percentage of vehicles on our roads, yet they account for a disproportionate number of serious injuries and fatalities. In Maryland alone, an average of 77 motorcycle riders and passengers are killed in traffic crashes every year, and nearly 1,000 motorcyclists are injured annually. Nationally, motorcyclists are more than 20 times more likely to be killed in a crash than occupants of passenger vehicles because motorcyclists are much more vulnerable in crashes than car occupants. One of the most dangerous places for motorcyclists is intersections. My son doesn't even know he didn't make it home. Many crashes occur not because drivers are reckless, but because they are not properly educated on how to safely share the roads with motorcycles. Senate Bill SB 0068 addresses this gap directly. It ensures that every new driver in Maryland is educated and tested on motorcycle safety awareness topics such as those spoken by the Senator Charles. This bill is not about blame. It's about education. It's about awareness. And most of all, it's about prevention. It promotes a culture of shared responsibility and respect on Maryland roads. We have included a chart as written testimony showing motorcyclist injuries and fatalities for each county in Maryland over the past 5 years using the most recent transportation data available. My son is gone. He's gone. But the D-Torch Foundation is advocating for every rider to make it back home safely. Every rider deserves to make it home. Every rider is someone's loved one, and one life is one life too many if we can prevent it. Please vote in favor of SB 0068. Thank you for your time and consideration. God bless you all.
She almost made me cry again. Good day, everybody. My name is Chris, known in the community as Storm or Bubbles. I'm here today to speak not only as a motorcyclist, but as somebody who's been in several accidents, some of which are severe. I had a couple of you actually ask me in the hallway if I was okay, because I still have a brace on my knee. This bill addresses critical and ongoing issue with motorcycle safety, and it's too often compromised, not by rider error, but by driver inattention and lack of awareness. This Safety Act seeks to correct the required Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration to include those safety awareness questions. If drivers or motorcyclists are supposed to learn the road for cars, then why can't cars learn a road for motorcyclists? As a rider, I've experienced numerous close calls and serious accidents, as I mentioned, some of which just because riders said they didn't know. I've had a driver pull out of an apartment complex, didn't see me, was not aware. I've had someone change lanes on me. I've had someone on the wrong side of the road, head-on collision, totaled my bike out. I shouldn't have been here. In one of the most recent accidents, I was told simply, she didn't see me. She didn't hear me. She didn't know. In each situation, I was left damaged with motorcycles, fractions, bruised ribs, burns, broken bones. Fortunately, I'm still here, but a lot of my friends are not. While my physical injuries have almost healed, the emotional loss of my friends and family are still here. The person who taught me not only how to ride better, but how to survive on two wheels. My friend, my teacher, my heart, the person that vowed to keep me safe, was struck merely a little over a month after I was hit. And so I ask that you guys take into consideration that this bill will not only save lives, it is in honor of those who rode, who will ride, and who continue to ride today.
Councilmember Hawkins, you go ahead and go next.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and thank you to the committee members for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 68. I'm grateful to your colleague, the esteemed District 25 legislative senator, for having the thoughtfulness and the commitment to what's going on in our community to sponsor Senate Bill 68. We call it the D-Torch Road Safety Act. This bill increases knowledge and sensitizes drivers about the motorcyclists who are also on our roads in the state of Maryland. My friends, I was recently over at Chestertown, Maryland at Washington College. I went into a restaurant and there was information about the D-Torch Safety Road Act. This is an opportunity to bring safety not just to motorcyclists, but to increase the awareness of our drivers on our streets in the state of Maryland as we travel and understand the importance of motorcycle safety. I watched over a family friends and motorcyclists mourn at D-Torch funeral, but they transformed their pain into a movement. To understand D-Torch's influence, you would have to witness his funeral with 1,700 motorcyclists, men and women, 500 family and friends there to mourn and pay respect to this man. I ask you to understand the impact of this man's life, and if you would you please pass out of your committee Senate Bill 68 and thank each of you for your commitment to public service. Like D-Torch, we can keep doing the great things we do as public servants. Let not his life be in vain.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Sheriff John Carter, Sheriff of Prince George's County. I'm here asking for a favorable review of Senate Bill 68. As many of you know from law enforcement, we are primary in reference to keeping our roadways safe. As we talk about enforcement, and I know there's several bills that will probably be coming out of this committee, we're really concerned about our roadways, our citizens as far as their driving. And I believe Senate Bill 68 actually gives a common sense solution to our motorcyclists, a growing community, to make sure that they are safe, to make sure that the education portion of it, just not enforcement, but starting with education so that those who are on the roadways understand the rules and regulations, they understand how they can be safe, and to make sure that they go home. So I come in front of you today and asking for a favorable report or review of Senate Bill 68. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Senator James.
First of all, I lost it. That how hard it is for you to be here today, and so I wanted to know how sympathetic I am to your situation. And this is a club or a membership we don't want to be in, but we'll be in forever. So thank you for sharing with us. But I'm going to ask Senator Charles, your sponsor, a question or two. Senator Charles, just as an aside, I think I've seen more unsafe driving since COVID, at the aftermath of COVID. People have lost the basic understanding of how to drive in some areas. So this is, one of them, and it's an important one. But here's my question to you. One, has this kind of enhancement to driving tests been done anywhere else in the country and shown, some improvement in driver awareness? And it may be too early for that, and or just because of the way that the statute's drafted, you're obviously going to let MDOT or MVA come up with the questions, if you will. Did you get feedback from them that the categories you picked and the way you drafted it gives them enough leeway and latitude to, come up with something that they think would be helpful?
Yeah, so MDOT, they actually gave us a letter of information on the bill. Yep, and so in that letter of information, it talks about the different portions of driving school.
Yeah.
And they also acknowledge that it's only 3 questions that are randomly selected. And so they didn't say one way or the other of agreeing or disagreeing. But we're hoping with the movement of this body within this committee that we make some of those questions formalized, because at the end of the day, you can go through all of the training, but if you're never tested on it, you'll never know if you actually understand what you learn. So we want to make sure we have that within the driving test. And in terms of other states, I can't really articulate that.
Yeah, because what you want, I mean,
we could be the first state to do this.
Aspirationally, you would think, hey, if I do this bill, then hopefully this will improve safety on the road and added protections for motorcyclists. So, but I have no idea if this approach would be that effective method. I don't know. And you're right, the other issue is we get a lot of stuff in driving ed, and then you're right, get random, just a few questions and all that, and who knows whether you got lucky and you knew the answers to the 3, but you don't know half of what you learned. So anyway, I just wanted to follow up with you. I'll look at what MDOT said about that, and I, again, appreciate you bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Senator.
I look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Yes, indeed. Any other questions?
All right, thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Senator James, and just Mr. Floyd. I always say this, but it's really difficult to come up here to Annapolis. I mean, you take time away from your family, take away from work, other responsibilities, but then it's also just come in front of a horseshoe like this and testify. Generally, you got to prepare, you got to do all this stuff. So, and then it's additionally more difficult when you're testifying on something so close to your heart and when you're talking about loss. But I just want to say thank you for staying engaged, and you're turning, as the council member said, you're turning your pain into other people's progress, and you're dedicated to this process. So I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time. And I like the bill. Good bill. So
thank you, Mr. Chair. That means we're gonna pass it.
All right.
And I'd like to acknowledge all of the D-Torch Foundation folks. You guys please stand so you can be recognized by the committee.
Thanks for hanging in there with us. I know it was a long day.
Yes.
All right.
I hope you guys feel educated
They was educated on a lot of stuff.
I'm glad you enjoyed some of it. All right. With that, we're gonna, Senator, let's go Senator McKay, if you're ready, and then we'll wrap up with Senator Muse.
Okay to bring my panel up, sir? Please. All right, let's keep the good times rolling. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. For the record, Senator Mike McKay, representing Appalachia, Maryland. I'm here to present Senate Bill 195. The purpose is to create an exemption to Maryland's motor helmet requirement for certain experienced adult riders. Everybody in this committee has heard this bill before. At the end of the day, through the requirements, we firmly believe that individuals age 21 or above who meet the following criteria have been licensed to operate a motorcycle for at least 2 years or have completed a motorcycle rider safety course approved by the MVA or the Motorcycle Safety Foundation should have the opportunity to choose to wear a helmet. You will hear in opposition crashes. You will hear data. Last year's bill I presented, while helmets are only rated to a certain level. Look, at the end of the day, when a big truck or an automobile comes in contact with a motorcycle rider, there are going to be, unfortunately, multiple injuries. It's just going to happen. Our job through safety and education is to limit the amount of those crashes and hurting the people who have chosen to ride motorcycles. This bill, at the end of the day, allows them to have the choice. You've heard it before. I just ask for your consideration, and I'll turn it over to my panel, who, in all honesty, have been here year after year after year after year, and remind some of the people that might be a little bit long in the tooth of their years here in the General Assembly, Gary Pappy Ballard. That's who this is named after, an advocate for many, many years. He was a gentleman who had a very long, long beard, but even longer than his beard was his care for the community. And I happen to be the delegate that he resided in. And he was a very good man who really looked for motorcycle safety, but took into consideration that adults who have had safety training should be able to have their opportunity to choose a helmet or not. Therefore, I'll turn it over. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Robert Spanberg. I'm the legislative representative for A-Beta of Maryland. I'm also the chairman of the board. We're the largest, if not only, motorcycle rights organization within our state. I've been tasked with taking Pappy Ballard's place as chairman of the board, some very large shoes to fill. As he said, he was quite a formidable man, and this was a matter very dear to his heart. I've been a licensed motorcyclist in the state of Maryland for over 40 years. And when I first started riding in Maryland, helmet usage was not mandated by the state. I rode for the first 10 years, sometimes wearing a helmet, most often not. And in 1992, when the helmets were mandated, I've continued to operate my motorcycle wearing a state-mandated headwear. We have a pretty extensive and comprehensive statistical package that if any of the members of the committee would care to look at, that 13 years we had no, in fact, prior to 1966, there was no helmet bill that was instituted by the federal government in 1966. So for 13 years, from 1966 to 1979, Marylanders were mandated to wear helmets. From 1979 until 1992. You were able to express your freedom of choice as far as whether to wear one or not. And I think if you look at our statistic package that we have, there's been no significant increase or decrease in the number of fatalities and motorcycle accidents. This and for other reasons, I respectfully request that you give us a favorable vote on Senate Bill 195. I'd like to thank Senator McKay for introducing this legislation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ken Eaton, and I am the Executive Director of A-Beta Maryland. I'm a lifelong resident of the Eastern Shore. Today, I speak not just for myself, but for A-Beta Maryland and the interests of over 100,000 registered motorcyclists in our state. I want to address who we are in 2026. We're a diverse reflection of Maryland, spanning every race, gender, and profession. We are executives, veterans, blue-collar workers, all over the place. Most importantly, we are mostly financial stable. Modern touring bikes cost up to $50,000. The vast majority of riders also carry private health insurance, mainly as a requirement for tax in Maryland. The argument we're a social burden on the state is simply obsolete. Let's look at the fiscal data. Last year and even this year, the fiscal policy note bill assumes negligible impact. Furthermore, when we talk about trauma cost, motorcyclists are unfairly singled out. According to Maryland injury statistics, the annual medical costs for pedestrian injury crashes in Maryland are approximately $248 million. Compare that to motorcycle injury crashes at $85 million. Pedestrian costs are nearly 3 times higher, yet we do not mandate helmets for pedestrians or even convertible drivers. Economically, Maryland has become an island of restriction. 33 other states, including our neighbors of Pennsylvania and Delaware, already offer freedom of choice. Riders are tourists. Right now, groups are planning routes around Maryland, taking their spending on fuel, food, and lodging to our neighbors. We're actively driving tourism revenue across state lines. We are not asking to ban helmets. We are asking that you treat us like the experienced adults we are, urge you to stop the economic loss, and restore personal liberty. I urge a favorable report on SB 195. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Senator Folden, then James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if one of you guys may have the data or if the senator does. I just wanted to ask real quick. I know you brought up about the Maryland injury statistics. Y'all have any comparable analysis for like the surrounding states that have that same type of freedom that you're asking for, like Pennsylvania? I don't know if Virginia requires a helmet or not, but
I can.
Can you stand up at the mic, please?
I can get you the individual state data.
Okay.
In the package I uploaded as an online submittal, there is a chart from the CDC. It's a web-based injury statistics query and reporting system. Maryland is on average, plus or minus, very similar to the rest of the states that have reported through WISCAR.
And that's relative to motorcycle crashes,
crashes, injuries, non-fatals, emergency department releases, the whole 9 yards.
That's all I need to know. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And if I may, Senator, last year we had provided, and I'll provide it to you later, that Pennsylvania had a requirement for a helmet. There was X amount of crashes. They got rid of the helmet, gave them to have choice, and the amount of intake into their hospitals because of motorcycle crashes did not increase by that. So taking in consideration, regardless of wearing a helmet or not wearing a helmet, did not impact that.
Senator James.
Oh, thank you. Quick research. I never text on my phone during hearing unless it is because I'm looking up something about your particular bill. I want you all to know that. So, so I was trying to think of a reasonable solution. There's states like Texas and Oklahoma, certain parts of it, because I've driven cross country a couple of times, where the speed limit goes from whatever to whatever. It'd be 80. Because there's not a lot of people around. So I just did a search trying to see if I could find states like that, and there aren't any. But it does make me think about whether there's a way, and this may not satisfy you all, but a way in which we could lighten up a little bit in terms of where we would allow helmets, not mandate helmets, unless, rural, less congested, things like that. Also, I noticed that there's states, Senator, where in addition to the additional training, you have a little more training, right, and an age. They also ask that the riders have additional insurance. And I can understand that too, because, you would want to make sure they're not a minimum level, because the catastrophic injuries that might not happen frequently, but when they do, pretty catastrophic. So I don't know if you'd entertain that as an option. I know that could make the bill unaffordable for some people. So I just throw out those concepts about, and you all might want to look around too, about whether or not there's any way we can advance this idea kind of consistent with what states do in terms of allowing higher speed limits for rural areas. And then you senators, maybe we could talk about, you could talk about with them about whether or not an insurance component should come into it or something like that. And my final thought, again, always trying to look for a compromise or a solution, is whether or not, and I don't know if the evidence would bear me out, but let's say, yeah, you know, you're 21 here, and then, you know, you're 25. I mean, let's be honest, and I raised boys as well as girls. I saw my boys get better, all my children get better drivers as they got older. I have no idea if that's even a way to kind of begin to step our toe into this and then allow more flexibility as the rider is older and more experienced. Anyway, just some thoughts, if you have any feedback on any of that.
Number one, what we'll do is, I think by looking at some of our neighboring states, Pennsylvania and Delaware, to see if there may be something there that may be palatable for the committee to consider.
Right.
Number two, look, we're interested in working with you.
Yeah.
This has been on their hot list for many, many years. I will tell you, when I was in the House, we did actually get a meeting with the Speaker at that time. And so we were able to make some increment towards it.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, yes, we're interested in all of those things, and we'll work with you to figure out maybe some possible solutions. The wisdom of this great committee may have concerning this bill.
Well, let me just make, I don't want to date myself, and you're older than me. I have no idea. You're probably not. I'm probably old enough to be your grandmother, but.
I think I look pretty good for 72.
The House of Delegates. I was so new, right? I was a newbie. And these gentlemen came in, all looking like they were from ZZ Top. I'm like, what is this? We're about to have a concert. And then I learned about Abate, and every year, because I am like this, so I'm open. I don't always, you know, come up with the right vote for you all, but, you know, I'm always open. I got to know your members over the years and always enjoyed talking to you and how reasonable and thoughtful you are with your approach. So thank you.
Well, we were anticipating that question, and so there is 3 of us. And so, all together, gentlemen.
Yeah, here you go.
Favorite girl's crazy.
Yes, man. There you go.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, seeing that there are no more questions, I do thank you all. We're going to now move. There are 2 individuals who would like to speak unfavorably on the bill that are here virtually. Ruth Carlack, and then Caitlin Bone. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize if it's Bond. Ms. Carlack?
Yep, I'm ready.
You're on.
Let me pull up. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Carlick from the Brain Injury Association of Maryland. I'm the legislative liaison at the Brain Injury Association, and I'm here in opposition for SB 195. The data is unequivocal when it comes to motorcycle helmets, that they save lives and prevent devastating injuries. And we know that nationally, helmets reduce the risk of head injury by a staggering 69%, while decreasing the risk of death by 37%, like for operators, and 41% for passengers. We also know that states that don't have like required use of helmets, only typically 66% of riders wear them, as opposed to 83% in states where they are required. We also know that unhelmeted fatalities are nearly 8 times higher in states without universal helmet laws compared to states with universal laws. And that like unhelmeted motorcycles are 3 times more likely than helmeted riders to suffer traumatic brain injuries during a crash. And these aren't just these aren't just statistics, but they represent real people, the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters whose lives are impacted by the decisions you make in this chamber. Beyond the human cost, the financial burden on motorcycle crashes is substantial. Like helmets save communities millions of dollars in healthcare expenses annually, and conversely, repealing helmet laws places a greater strain on our healthcare systems, with increased medical costs that can bankrupt families when they put greater strain on public funds. Returning each year for these arguments, members from the Brain Injury Association come to talk about the number of like both fatalities and just more of the like heart-wrenching stories we hear like on a call center like every year from folks who like end up passing away or require services. Maryland's universal motorcycle helmet law isn't about infringing on individual liberties, preventing people from making personal choices, or trying to disrupt a freedom-loving lifestyle. It's about preserving life, preventing tragedies, and promoting fiscal responsibilities. The same reason we ask you to enter an unfavorable support of 195, and I think I can also answer some of your questions that you had about statistics in other states as well.
Thank you. Miss, is it Bone or Bond?
It's Boone, but thank you.
Boone. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Caitlin Boone. I'm the nurse manager for the Neurotrauma Center at the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center. I'm here today in opposition of Senate Bill 195. As a registered nurse and a leader of neurotrauma units, I care for patients with devastating brain and spine injuries. Far too often, these injuries are the result of motorcycle crashes. Helmets, like seatbelts, are a longstanding evidence-based public health strategy proven to save lives and reduce the severity of injury. Weakening helmet laws would reverse decades of progress. In fiscal year 2025 alone, the neurotrauma team treated more than 2,000 patients with traumatic brain injury. While shock trauma has a 98% survival rate, survival does not mean complete recovery. Many of our patients require emergency neurosurgery, including decompressive craniectomies, where part of the skull is removed to relieve pressure of the brain. After surgery, many patients must wear protective helmets simply to be moved in and out of their own bed. Traumatic brain injuries can permanently affect a person's ability to speak, walk, swallow, use the bathroom independently, or return to work. Recovery often requires months of intensive rehabilitation, and many patients never regain their prior level of independence. These injuries change lives, not only for the patients, but their families and their caregivers. We know not all crashes are preventable, but helmet use dramatically reduces the risk of severe brain injury. Just as we would never roll back seatbelt laws, we should not weaken the helmet protections that save lives, reduce disability, and protect our Marylanders. For these reasons, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report of the Senate Bill 195. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. In the data that you have presented, does it take into consideration the crash ratings for motorcycle helmets? And what I mean by that is, are you all aware that helmets are highly effective for up to 25 miles an hour?
And who was that question directed to?
Either one of those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Helmets are highly effective up to 25 miles an hour, but provide limited life-saving protections beyond that speed. So is any of the data that you and concerns have that taken into consideration between crashes that were below 25 miles an hour and those crashes above 25 miles an hour?
And that's for either of you who feel comfortable answering the question.
Thank you. I do not have data on the speed of the crash.
Okay. The reason I say that is my assumption of both of your all's testimony is that would be testimony that, and I know that you're not advocating this, but I tend to believe that your testimony really says that we should not be riding motorcycles in the state of Maryland, especially when you take in consideration that the Department of Transportation FMVSS 2198 regulation requires that helmets be sold in the U.S. enduring basic impact absorption and penetration resistance. What I'm trying to get at is if these helmets are only rated up to 25 miles an hour, any kind of crash above 25 miles an hour will have, unfortunately, impact to the human body and obviously the brain, regardless if somebody was wearing a helmet or they were not wearing a helmet. Either one would like to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm actually, go ahead, Ruth. I see you came.
Oh yeah. I guess like what I wanted to like pull up was some more of like this like specifics like statistics when it comes to like also just like the death numbers when it comes to like kind of when it comes to the year that these laws were enacted and kind of the differences in deaths after it, because that was one thing that was mentioned in previous testimonies, was that Pennsylvania didn't see a difference in, and the difference in like the amount of like people going into emergency rooms, while I believe partially that might have been because of an increase in deaths because of those accidents, while in places like Louisiana saw like, I think it was 100% increase from like the year was repealed over. Most states see like something closer to like 50-31 if we're talking about Kentucky and Texas represented like respectively, or opposite like Texas, California, when they reenacted these laws, seeing losses and fatalities. But and like you were saying, even when like accidents like happen when they don't, when like when either a motorcycle is only going 25 miles an hour or lower, or when the motorcycle is like stopped, like a lot of these, it's kind of the same reason why we suggest motorcycle, not even motorcyclists, but helmet use when it comes to mopeds, because we see like an extreme increase of like the risk of brain injury for like any type of moped crash, like when it comes to not wearing a helmet. Like that's like one over the last few years. And no, and I bring this up because like those are mostly around that same speed. And partially it's not just the percentage of deaths that we're trying to mitigate, it's the percentage of brain injuries that we're trying to mitigate.
Right.
And Senator, if I may, I wanted to get to your point as well of speed and level of injury. Similarly, we could compare the seatbelts. Though the helmets may be crash tested for a certain speed limit, we wouldn't want to have zero protection when we have the ability to mitigate the severity of injury and the ability of someone to regain their independence.
Right. And therefore, I believe you just put an exclamation point on my comment that your all's testimony, not your all, that's not proper, but the testimony that you are presenting, the data that you are presenting, literally is more data about why we shouldn't be riding motorcycles and we shouldn't be riding mopeds, not necessarily the helmet. This particular bill is allowing someone to have a choice of wearing a helmet that the U.S. Department of Transportation says they're highly effective up to 25 miles an hour. So unless the data that you are presenting clearly states the difference between those crashes and brain injuries and unfortunately removing the skull to alleviate the swelling, unless you can tell me that that is between crashes and accidents that happened at 25 miles an hour or less, I'm not exactly sure that it is relevant to what this particular bill is trying to accomplish, to give those people who are experienced drivers, riders, the ability to choose to wear a helmet or not. I thank you very much for your information and look forward to maybe following up with you. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. If I might ask just a couple of questions, assuming everything that you both testified to, Senator James had made mention about some sort of a increased insurance cost or maybe paying some sort of a premium as a way of attempting, I guess, to decrease the cost of motorcyclists who might want to ride a bike without a helmet. I'm curious, you all spoke about medical cost. Do you have any idea on, is there a state out there that has a premium that tries to attempt to address the increase in costs that may occur because of people getting into accidents without helmets?
Well, typically, I believe it would just affect everyone in the state. Like, I'm pretty sure in previous states that have passed these type of legislations, it would just affect everyone who rides a helmet. It would just cost more for motorcyclists to get insurance in general.
And I'm not an insurance person, so can you explain how that works?
Well, it's because of the number. Well, at least from other states, when I've looked this up in previous years, and I'm sure I could find the data for this, as like more people, people get into serious injuries, as less people, because typically I think it's around 20% of people will no longer wear helmets in states where like that is available, more motorcyclists will be driving in the area, like without helmets. So it's kind of like in all of the above situations. We'll get more injuries, we'll get more health insurance like claims, we'll get more like less people wearing helmets, and it just causes the like state to pay more insurance, like because of that increase in claims all around.
Even
Like-
if they're paying, even if those folk are paying a premium to have the freedom to do so.
Well, I'm saying it would just cost everyone more, like whether or not there was a specific language to make it like so you're paying specifically more to ride without a helmet.
The cost would be socialized essentially.
Exactly. At least that's how typically insurance companies have responded in other states that have passed these similar legislation.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no more questions, that will end our hearing on Senate Bill 195. All right. Senator Meeks, are you ready for 152? And 206. Which would you like to do first?
Both, no.
The floor is yours.
It's been a long day. Okay, I'll do 152 first. Like you heard this bill before, so I'll get right to the point. Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee, I'm C. Anthony Muse, and I represent District 26 in Prince George's County. I think I have a panel that should be here, or they are on virtually. Catherine Nash, Genotic, John Sang, Maryland Coalition, Reverend Robert Screen, and Ron Weiss, 210 Safety Committee. Senate Bill 152 addresses a long-standing and urgent public safety concern on Maryland Route 210, also known as Indian Head Highway. As you all know, and I keep reminding you, it is one of the most dangerous corridors in Prince George's County. Excessive speeding, serious crashes, preventable fatalities continue to plague the roadway, and traditional enforcement alone has not been sufficient to change driver behavior. After conversations with SHA, we have submitted amendments to our initial bill that would authorize Prince George's County, in a coordination with the State Highway Administration, to deploy, test, and evaluate advanced speed detection technologies on Route 10 in a manner that is deliberate, transparent, and fully consistent with Maryland's existing automated framework. This approach takes a more conservative and well-established path instead of directly authorizing a specific enforcement method. The bill authorizes the county in a consultation with SHA to test new technologies for detecting and recording speeding violations on 210 using statutory language that closely mirrors current Maryland law governing speed monitoring in work zones. The structure is not new. During consideration of the Maryland Road Worker Protection Act, the Maryland Department of Transportation and the State Highway Administration expressly supported similar statutory language authorizing the testing of new speed monitoring technologies in work zones paired with reporting and legislative oversight. That framework was presented to the General Assembly as a responsible way to improve roadway safety without expanding penalties or creating new offenses. This is a safety tool, not a surveillance program or revenue grab. It changes how speeding is detected, and any citation issued still comply with the Maryland automated enforcement laws, including signage requirements, notice, due process protections, and judicial review. There are no new offenses and no new penalties here. Revenues are dedicated to the State Highway Administration and may be used only for studying safety conditions, recommending improvements, and implementing solutions on Route 10. Annual reports will be required to the General Assembly to ensure continued oversight and accountability. In short, Senate Bill 152 accomplishes a life-saving goal, reducing dangerous speeding on Indian Head Highway, but it does so in a way that is more consistent with recent Maryland precedent and more aligned with the framework supported by MDOT HSA, in this administration. I will add that SHA submitted their written testimony before we finalized and submitted our recommendations. I was told by their representative, and I believe she is here in the room, that SHA is in support with the amendments adopted. Every serious injury, every life lost on Route 210 underscores the need for action. This bill gives us a responsible tool to evaluate modern safety technology while keeping strong guardrails firmly in place. For this reason, I respectfully ask for a favorable report.
All right.
I think my panel is here. I don't know if any of them are here. Okay, you are. I appoint you and you and you.
Did you have an order that you want your panel to come in?
I have the gallery.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It won't be the first time I cleared a room out for people. So my name's John Tseng, and thank you for inviting me and Safe Roads Maryland. Thank you, Senator Muse, for your sponsorship of this bill. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 152, and which will authorize point-to-point speed enforcement on Maryland Route 210 in Prince George's County, including also the amendment to test new technologies for detecting and recording violations, closely mirroring the current Maryland work zones law. So 152 provides a targeted evidence-based response. I'm particularly enthusiastic about the point-to-point technology because we have on Maryland 210 what we have on virtually every other road in the state of Maryland and even in the country, a speed limit. And point-to-point pretty much gets that right with the 12-mile-per-hour grace, mileage overview. So yes, even though it's a speed limit, you still get that extra, 10 to 12 miles per hour over. So this is really for me and for Safe Roads Maryland about improvement in using technology to enforce roadway law. And it boils down to, are you in favor of enforcing the laws or just making laws and then letting the chips fall where they may? This is all about enforcing the laws, promoting roadway safety and saving lives. We also appreciate that this requires signage, public notice, safety-based sightings, and transparent reporting, focusing primarily on outcomes, not revenue. It's not a revenue measure. It's about law enforcement and saving lives. The families along Route 210 need more than sympathy. They need action. We respectfully ask you for a favorable report on SB 152. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nash is also on your panel, Senator?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Nash.
Support of SB 152. I'm an accountant for Genoptic. We are the incumbent vendor for the Prince George's County Automated Speed Enforcement Program. I manage that program and am responsible for ensuring our compliance and our day-to-day actions to improve the safety with these technology tools. We appreciate your consideration of this new methodology of enforcing speed limit on this dangerous roadway. I will keep this very brief. In preparation for this hearing, we programmed our cameras to gather data on 2 northbound and 2 southbound segments of Highway 210 to record an average speed for a 24-hour period. In that 24-hour period, for 3 segments, we measured some vehicles with an average speed of more than 90 miles per hour. For all 4 segments, we measured 16 speeders proceeding at more than 80 miles per hour. If you've ever driven on this roadway, you know how fast and how dangerous that is on Maryland 210. My purpose in being here today was to share this initial data, listen to any relevant questions, and immediately pursue answers with our technical team. I am especially grateful for the dedication of time and attention from the 210 Safety Committee. You're going to hear from them next, as they consider and continue to pursue solutions for greater safety on this dangerous stretch of road. And of course, I'm also grateful for Senator Muse for his leadership in introducing this legislation. We respectfully request a favorable report on SB 152. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Muse, according to the form that I have, the two individuals, although they're both from 210 Traffic Safety Committee, one is marked favorable and the other favorable with amendment, but are they both on your panel?
Yes, right there.
Okay, I just wanted to make certain. Next, if we could have Reverend Dr. Screen, and then Ron Weiss.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. I'd say good afternoon to Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstraker, and members of the Maryland Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Reverend Dr. Robert L. Screen, Sr., founder and facilitator of the Maryland 210 Traffic Safety Committee and board member of Safe Roads, Maryland. I submit this document as my official support for legislation bill SB 152 and SHA Amendment HB 421 for passage. SB 152, co-joined with SHA Amendment HB 421, represents the usage of the state-of-the-art technological speed camera advancement that better functions as an operational tool motivating safe driving behavior. Point-to-point speed camera enhancements negates the gaming practices of nefarious unsafe speed infraction drivers that slow down at the sighted placement of speed cameras and then speed up after vacating the speed camera range. This summer, a speed camera was moved from a location where it was placed for over a year's time span to a new location 200 yards north of its original placement. This speed camera, which averaged about 1,400 citations a month, jumped to 5,431 citations the very next month, revealing that drivers were slowing down at the familiar location, speeding up after. Point-to-point measures the average speed over a span of roadway, not just covering a spot location of enforcement. The bottom line objective of speed camera enforcement is to motivate law abiders to speed laws over the entirety of the road span, not just in spots where speed cameras are located. I seek your support for point-to-point speed camera coverage for Indian Head Highway under legislation SB 152 HB 421. I believe this innovative enhancement will be the answer for speed camera for our today and future uses to come. Thank you.
All right, excellent.
Weiss.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Weiss, you're up.
Chair Smith and members of the committee, I'm Ron Weiss. I'm a founding member of the 210 Traffic Safety Committee and a board member of Safe Roads, Maryland. I'm here in support of State Highway Administration Amendment to SB 152. I'm not clear as to what bill is in front of you, but I'm in support of the bill as amended by the SHA amendment. The SHA amendment aligns SB 152 with existing Maryland law. Under the Road Worker Safety Act, SHA already has the authority to test new technologies for detecting and recording violations in work zones. This amendment uses the same structure and guardrails for 210. This bill is important because 210 remains one of the most dangerous corridors in the state. Engineering improvements are essential, but they take time. In the meantime, people are being seriously injured and killed. Nearly 100 people have died on 210 in the last 18 years. MDOT told the Prince George's County Council General Assembly Committee that the economic cost of crashes, what MDOT calls safety costs, is roughly 2.5 times higher than the cost of congestion statewide. In other words, crashes cost Maryland far more than the delay on our roads. Point-to-point or average speed enforcement directly addresses this problem. Unlike single-point cameras, it encourages sustained, safe driving over distance, reduces sudden braking, and changes behavior along the entire corridor. Smoother driving reduces delay. The SHA amendment enables careful, accountable testing of this life-saving technology consistent with Maryland precedent. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 152 as amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Sidnor has a question.
Thank you very much. This question is for our representative. The technical question, with the point-to-point technology, how far apart are the 2 cameras that are going to be used to average the speeds?
Senator, thank you for your question. Those points are determined by those who seek to do the enforcing. So for us, it would be the Prince George's County Police. They would, in this case, for the data that I shared with you, they told us the points that they wanted us to enforce, and then we program the cameras to enforce at those points.
So in essence, if you're on this particular or any highway, you could set up points at each exit, which would essentially prevent any speeding at all. So if it's 55 and you come at 56 at any point in that trip, your average would be above 55. Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that, we have the 12-mile-per-hour buffer with that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. I understand I've had many conversations with you and your panelists about 210 and hear about how awful it continues to be, even with the 6 cameras. And the Reverend's comment was exactly why we enabled mobile cameras. My question, though, I appreciate what you were doing in proposing the amendment. My concern, though, is it seems very open-ended. There's no time limit. What technologies are we talking about? Do those technologies have to follow the privacy law that we passed last year? So it's very open-ended. So I'm wondering if you would be open to putting some parameters on that to ensure that it complies with the requirements that we have for a lot of the other technologies.
Sure, I'd be more than willing to do that. And I'll ask Brother Screen and Dr. and Brother Weiss, if you all would get together with Chris and help do that, that would be great. Can any of y'all want to
Yes.
find or jump in on that? Okay.
If I may comment, I thank you for the question. One of the things we want to introduce this bill is in a pilot program format. So this would be, again, a pilot program where we would, some of the answers of questions that you have hopefully would come out during that pilot period that is being examined. And so that I think I think is fair-minded to introduce that in that way. That way, many of the questions, not only what you're asking here today, but others will also be answered along the pilot period time limit.
Great. And just to be clear, I'm not volunteering to be a part of this conversation. I just wanted to raise that question.
You're going to chair the committee.
No, I am not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing the bill, Senator. I think I've been pretty transparent on how I feel about Big Brother.
You are.
So my questions are, where else in the state do we have any point-to-point speed monitoring enforcement locations?
Well, because this is a pilot program.
So we don't have them anywhere?
Isn't that correct? We do not have them anywhere yet? That is correct.
Are they actively in use in any other state?
Okay, Mr. Weiss. Ron?
Yes, they are in Colorado. They have a point-to-point speed camera program. They've issued warning notices for, I think, 6 months, and just this month they have started issuing citations. So I don't have good data for them, but they've noticed during the warning period a significant decrease in speed.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Weiss. So basically what this is going to do is kind of go contrary to the legislation that we passed last year or the year before with the work zone cameras, where we made it very specific that there was a finite area of safety, right? This makes all of 210 a safety corridor, right? Before you had to enter into a construction zone, you had to be notified, there had to be a proper lighting, like flashing lights. If there was,
I don't think that was my bill.
No. This was administration.
In general, yes.
But what I'm saying is that there was a targeted approach.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've seen is through the results of that bill being in place, I think we just finished the first full year, but we saw about a 30%-ish of overall crashes. I'm not talking about fatalities, I'm talking about overall crashes. That's significant, right? That's not by happenstance. But it was a finite controlled area, which concerns me because now this becomes over an extended area of performance by a camera looking at a vehicle. And then, I also have concerns about these reflective wraps that they do and how that changes the presentation of the vehicle, some of those things. However, does this conflict with the legislation that we passed, or would this have conflict? Because I thought they had to be so far apart, like every couple miles.
Correct.
On some of that, is that?
They are part.
So we couldn't have speed not point to point, but an actual active speed camera within the range of a point to point camera?
Conceivably, yes. That could be the case.
Dr. Screen?
Yeah.
Yes, if I may interject on that, the longest span of roadway that we have on Indian Highway, and I personally have gone out and measured, is 3.3 miles. And so 3.3 miles is the longest span, and that is actually that is one of the most active areas where we have a lot of speeding. About a year and a half ago, someone was caught doing 190 miles per hour on that span of roadway. Now, it would not be these cameras we set up over the entire span of Indian Highway. They would take in consideration the lighted intersections. So, in other words, the farthest that practically speaking we could actually have these cameras set up would be somewhere between that 3.3 mile corridor. If that were the site that would be chosen out of, the police would be the ones that would choose the actual sites. But it would take in consideration where the cameras would only be functional in between the lighted intersections that are along the roadway.
I appreciate that, sir. So that's kind of that. Thank you for the details. But my question is with, say, for example, within 3.3 miles, you have the lighted intersections. Would there be a prohibition then in that whole area of point to point of putting a specific speed camera location within that?
Well, within the, it's a policy in Prince George's County. Every speed camera that is located, they have to have a preemptive signage to let you know that you're entering into an area where a speed camera is located. I think they have to have, I think if I remember the policy, so like 3 notifications. It'll be signage, speed zone, speed camera coming up, this, that, and the other. So there's proper notification when you go into any area where speed cameras are located. If I understand your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What I'm asking is, though, is in the 3.3 mile, say, point-to-point camera locations you were talking about, that you could have cameras at the 2 lighted intersections.
Mm-hmm.
In that 3.3 miles, would there be a prohibition against them putting an actual additional camera there to capture someone speeding at an exact point, not an overall speed, an average, but an exact point? This bill doesn't seem to prohibit that.
No, that would defeat the purpose of the average speed. That's what's the whole thing is about, the average speed in between the two cameras. I think Ron Weiss wanted to comment.
Yeah, I just don't see why that would even be considered. What's the point of doing that?
Because sometimes people believe that things like these programs are financially based.
Well, can I just jump in? We're limited to 6 cameras, period, on Indian Highway. So whatever we would do, it would not be to our, of interest at all to put
6 cameras of the point-to-point kind?
I'm
6
sorry?
cameras of the point-to-point kind? Is that what you're saying?
No, 6 cameras of speed cameras, period. We are not.
But this would be a part of that 6.
That correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you all very much. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 152. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 206.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman, this is I'm C. Anthony Muse for the record, Legislative District 26, Prince George's County. I want to testify in support of this Bill 206. On my panel, I have the same persons who are present that you've already heard from. Senate Bill 206 is a local bill targeted public safety measure focused exclusively on Maryland 210, also known as Indian Head Highway, one of the most dangerous roadways in our state. This bill strengthens accountability for the most chronic and non-compliant violators captured by speed monitoring systems on 210. It does not create new offenses, increase fines, or expand enforcement beyond the current law. Instead, it ensures that existing penalties are taken seriously when drivers repeatedly ignore citations to refuse to resolve them. Under Senate Bill 206, the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration is authorized and in most cases required to suspend a vehicle's registration when an owner fails to pay or contest multiple overdue speed cameras citations. Suspension becomes mandatory only when a driver has demonstrated a clear pattern of disregard for the law, either by accumulating 3 unpaid citations within 90 days or by allowing unpaid penalties to reach 500 or more. And more importantly, this bill preserves due process at every stage. Vehicle owners receive written notice. They have the right to request a hearing and may reinstate their registration immediately upon resolving outstanding penalties. The goal here is not punishment for its own sake, but compliance and ultimately for safer roads. This bill includes strong transparency and oversight provisions. The Motor Vehicle Administration must report annually to the General Assembly the number of registrations and suspended and reinstated licenses. This ensures the legislative oversight and allows us to monitor both fairness and effectiveness. It sends a clear message. If a driver is repeatedly speeding on one of the most dangerous highways and ignores every opportunity to resolve these violations, there must be meaningful consequences. Mr. Chairman, I think I have an amendment that I'd like to amend to this bill. I'd like to call this the William Folden bill, and because of all of his interest and excitement about these kinds of bills, we'll do that at the session. Thank you very much.
I second that motion.
There we go. What is this? If we rename the bill, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that I really believe so based on his reputation, which is great.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator. All right, we'll now hear from our panelists joining us virtually. We'll start off with Mr. Weiss.
Chair Smith and members of the committee, I'm Ron Weiss, founding member of the 210 Traffic Safety Committee and a board member of Safe Roads Maryland. This bill is in response to the fact that people who don't pay citations are unimpeded by getting another citation. A small number of vehicles continue to accumulate multiple speed citations in a short period of time and simply ignore them. Those vehicles remain on the road and the dangerous behavior doesn't change. SB 206 addresses that gap in targeted and proportional way. It adds a time-certain administrative consequence for chronic non-compliance. When a registered owner repeatedly ignores civil speed camera citations, the bill authorizes the Motor Vehicle Administration to suspend the vehicle's registration until those penalties are resolved. The bill includes strong due process protections. Owners receive notice, have the opportunity for a hearing, and can reinstate the registration promptly once overdue penalties and a modest administrative fee are paid. This is not criminal punishment, it's a civil compliance tool. Maryland law has long treated speed camera citations as vehicle-based, not driver-based. Responsibility attaches to the registered owner because only the owner has legal control over who uses the vehicle. That framework has been in place for years and was reaffirmed by the General Assembly in 2020. SB 206 is about accountability and behavior change on one of Maryland's most dangerous roads. It aligns speed enforcement with how the state already handles unpaid tolls and parking violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Tseng here again with Safe Roads Maryland, urging a favorable report on SB 206. To be clear about why this bill is not only reasonable, but it's really long overdue. Frankly, it's frustrating that additional legislation is even necessary to compel a small but dangerous subset of drivers to pay their speeding fines on Maryland Route 210. Speed cameras aren't suggestions, citations aren't optional, and public safety cannot end with taking pictures and mailing envelopes out while habitual speeders simply ignore them and speeding. And to refer to some of the concerns here that we have Big Brother, well, here in Annapolis, we make these laws. So you can call Annapolis or the MGA Big Brother, but in terms of enforcing these laws with roadway enforcement from traditional law enforcement staff and manpower on the decline, either the laws are going to be enforced that you make or they're not. So that's the best we've gotten until we hear about better ideas to enforce our laws. We have to go with the best we've got. So Route 210 is one of the most dangerous corridors in Maryland, as we've discussed at length here. And this bill strengthens enforcement by allowing and requiring the Motor Vehicle Administration to suspend the vehicle's registration and for drivers who repeatedly ignore speed camera violations on Route 210. It's not a new or radical standard. Maryland already suspends registrations for chronic non-compliance with other contexts, in other contexts. SB 206 simply applies that same accountability to a corridor with proven safety crisis. So this is not about revenue, it's not about anything else. It's about compliance and paying your fines, your citations when you get them. So we urge you to give a favorable report to SB 206. Thank you.
We've got our last guest, Reverend Screen. Go ahead, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay. Thank you again, Vice Chair Smith, and also to Vice Chair Wallstrecker and the members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. I submit this document as my official support for legislation bill SB 206 for passage. The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 8, verse 11 states, "When a sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, the hearts of the people are filled with schemes to do wrong." The author, King Solomon, lived 1,000 years before Jesus Christ. So we're talking about 3,000 years of known human behavior where people take advantage of loose accountability behind criminal activity. From July 2024 up to and including December 2025, Indian Highway speed cameras had recorded 21,339 repeat offenders, ranging from 2 to 150 citations, and with one individual having over 200 plus citations. The most damaging statistic along with these numbers is that from last known reports, the payment rate for these citations is in the 46% range. Most offenders are not paying their fines. The salient points of SB 206 will require those with 3 or more citations in 90 days, and those who accrue $500 of citations will be subject to have their registration suspended after proper notification. Their car impounded if not followed through with payment after notification. SB 206 brings accountability to speed camera citations that at this point have been made a mockery to enforcement practices that govern our laws, our safety, and our civility. Currently, I witness speed camera reports each and every month that reveal 6,000 to 9,000 speed camera infractions each month. To know that an average of only 46% are paying their fines is not only disheartening, it's criminal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Chair Wallstrecker, then we'll go to Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a question for the sponsor. And first of all, I wanted to thank the sponsor for bringing the bill. So I am the author of the legislation that this bill undoes. But you might be surprised that I'm supportive of the idea behind this legislation. So here's what happened, just for context. The MVA was allowed to suspend the registration for both tolling and speed cameras if it went into arrears. But then COVID happened, and the vendor for the tolling didn't send out any bills during COVID. The MVA suspended sending of the tolls, but not the owing of the tolls. So when COVID ended, everyone got like $1,000 worth of fines all at once. And if your thing was broken, your Easy Pass was broken, and you didn't know it, you didn't get those fines as they came. You just got it in one big chunk. And so we passed legislation, this committee voted for, it was in the previous term, so the sponsor wasn't here, legislation that time shifts all fines and fees to the registration period. Because people were getting screwed, their registration was being undone for fines that they believed they did not owe or could not pay. And we said, okay, you have to, when you go to re-register, you have to pay, but you don't have to pay in the middle of your registration term. Everyone will get essentially true-upped at the end. And what we're seeing is that that's actually workable. You don't want people to get pulled over for expired registration and get involved with law enforcement because they can't pay a fine or something like that. But a small segment of the population is taking advantage of what we did last term and abusing that. And this bill is attempting to get at those people. So the senator was kind to host me. I'm sorry for the long question. Senator was kind enough to host me in his legislative district, and I met all the folks who testified on behalf of this bill. And the Prince George's County Police provided incredible data. I was out when you testified, but I imagine you touched on this data, which is there's actually not a lot of people speeding on Indian Head Highway, contrary to what we thought was happening. In fact, it's a very small number of people speeding at crazy speeds repeatedly. And those who are abusing the generosity that we showed provide an incredible amount of danger to our community. And so it's like a really tiny group of people who are going to get folks killed, and this bill is trying to address. Let me just connect this with something that we've done previously. I'm not sure that the reinstatement of MVA's ability to get rid of your registration, to undo your registration, will actually solve it, because I think the people who are willing to go 140 miles per hour and not pay 5 fines in a row are also the people willing to drive on an expired registration. We passed something in Ocean City for display driving, which was a huge problem in Ocean City. And what we did for Ocean City is we allowed them to impound vehicles. And now there's no display driving in Ocean City. So I just want to encourage you, isn't it so, that maybe we can talk and figure out a way here to essentially import the solution that we've used for Ocean City for the very small but very dangerous super speeders who continue to abuse the process. Thank you for having me in your district. That was a lot of fun.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that was one of my questions. It related just because there's another bill that we're seriously considering about making a suspended registration a secondary offense. So again, what the bill sponsor is trying to do might be undercut in yet another way. So your suggestion might be a better course if you're trying to affect behavior. So I just want to ask this bill sponsor, you can't look up everything. So for a couple of years right now, I've heard about 210, Indian, most dangerous highway. I just want to briefly know, is this about the design of the highway, in which case let's shut it down? Or is this about human behavior and reckless driving in this area? Because if this is such a terrible, terrible, dangerous highway, I don't know why we even allow people to use it, and shame on the SHA for building it, or not, MDOT. So what is this about this claim?
It's including, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Including both sides. It is a 6-lane highway. It's straight, no curves, it's straight. And then when you get to a certain point, we are in the process of doing some work that we've been doing for the past 10 or 12 years. There are now bridges over where 3 of those lights would be. And so people coming from Charles County, I know that's been a problem with our Charles County delegation, but when we looked at the citations, most of them were coming from Charles County. That's the way they get through to get up to DC, and that's where they speed the most because of the design of the highway and because of the being straight, and that's where they choose to speed.
Well, I'll follow up with you, but I mean, it sounds to me like this is more of a human behavior, not a highway design, because I drive 95 all the time, and it's not only 3, it's now 4 and 5 lanes wide, got plenty of other things going on, and so, anyway, that was just so I could understand this is the behavior and the culture, and, we have to look at that. But I think that was it, because the Vice Chairman brought up the other issue about what would be the most effective way to get this particular subgroup to, lower the speed.
And I neglected to thank our friends, I think, who organized that meeting. I can't remember the name of the company. I think it was Jatopnik, is that correct?
Yes.
Who helped organize it. I just want to thank them. I came in a little late. Is there anyone who was signed up to testify for this who has not testified?
They've already done so.
Okay. And then just last point on this, some people can't have their registration revoked because they're registering in Virginia.
Right.
And Senator Fold and I will be talking about that, but this wouldn't even impact them, and I imagine some of the people who are willing to kind of break the law in that way would not be subject to this, so we'll have to figure that part out as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Senator. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 206. Senator West, if you are ready, you've got 2 bills here. Let's go ahead with Senate Bill 115, which I think might be on point here.
For some reason, I always bat cleanup. It may be because my bill hearings tend to be shorter, and today's will be no exception. So, it's a pleasure to be here and present Senate Bill 115, which addresses a growing and dangerous problem involving the improper registration of motor vehicles by Maryland residents in Virginia, and the consequential erosion of traffic safety enforcement here in Maryland. Currently, an estimated 111,000 vehicles owned by Maryland residents are registered in Virginia. When I heard that number, I thought that the person telling me this information had misstated. I said, "You're talking about 11,000?" And she said, "No, 111,000 Maryland vehicles are registered in Virginia." And between 2023 and 2025, there were 14 fatal and over 7,000 non-fatal crashes in Maryland involving out-of-state plates, primarily Virginia plates. These numbers represent lives lost, families affected, and communities put in danger. Current enforcement mechanisms have been ineffective when drivers intentionally register their vehicles out of state in order to avoid accountability. When vehicles with Maryland plates go through speed cameras at high rates of speed, the citations are sent to the Maryland vehicle owners. And if they don't pay them, the MVA will not permit them to obtain the updated tags at the time of the required renewal. So the citations get paid, and Maryland drivers are motivated to drive safely. By contrast, when a vehicle with Virginia plates goes through a speed camera at a high rate of speed, the existing MVA system has no way to track down the owner, so no citation goes out. This means that the 111,000 Maryland residents who are driving with Virginia tags can drive down Maryland's roads and highways with relative impunity, going as fast as they want, because they know they're not going to get speeding tickets. In the old days, Maryland officers would personally clock speeding cars and then chase them down or wave them over. But our police departments are badly understaffed these days. In Baltimore County alone, the police department has over 200 vacancies, with several hundred additional officers slated to reach retirement age shortly. Our police departments can't spare the manpower to set up speed traps these days because their officers are needed for more pressing crime prevention work. So drivers in vehicles bearing Virginia tags can rocket along our roads and highways with relative impunity. This bill would require the Motor Vehicle Administration to enter into an agreement with the state of Virginia to obtain information regarding motor vehicles owned by Maryland residents that are improperly registered in Virginia. It further requires that this information be compiled into a searchable database and then made available to state and local governments for purposes of automated speed enforcement. And once the database is readily available, state and local authorities will be able to send speeding citations to Maryland drivers with Virginia tags. Under the bill, these citations will impose considerably higher fines than fines routinely set out to Maryland drivers who are legally driving with Maryland tags. The higher fines will serve two purposes. First, they will cover the extra costs associated with creating and using the new database. And second, they will give a strong financial incentive to Maryland residents registering their vehicles in Virginia to stop violating the law and instead re-register their cars in Maryland. So Senate Bill 115 provides a creative and a common sense solution to the problem of Maryland residents registering their vehicles in Virginia. It doesn't create new categories of enforcement. Instead, it closes an existing loophole that allows a dangerous subset of drivers to repeatedly violate traffic laws. By facilitating communication with Virginia and raising penalties for improper registration, this bill promotes justice, accountability, and safety on Maryland's roads. And I don't believe there are any witnesses signed up to testify, so I'm prepared to take questions at this time. Mr. Chair, I see Senator Folden has a question.
Yes, thank you so much, Senator Folden, and then Senator James.
Thank you for the bill.
Sure.
Where did the MVA get the number of 111,000
well, interestingly,
registered vehicles?
They have used they've used a Freedom of Information Act request that they sent to Virginia. And using the law, Virginia provided them with a list of Maryland tags and the names of addresses, Virginia tags owned by Maryland, used by Maryland residents, and the Maryland residents' names and addresses.
Okay.
So as of 2 years ago, when they did this, they had 111,000 names, sitting in hard copy.
Yeah. Do we know what the number has it gone up exponentially in recent years?
Yes.
And I like it. You said that they're avoiding accountability, but I think it's also going to be consistent with the idea that Maryland enacted ridiculous registration fees on their citizens.
There's no question that one of the reasons why Marylanders are registering their cars in Virginia is because it's cheaper.
Yeah, and I'm not justifying what's happening.
But
I will say that we do our very best in this body, and when I say we, I mean absent my vote, to make it very difficult on Maryland.
I will not disagree with you on this point.
I'm looking at the bill, and I mean, and we can discuss this on the sidebar. I don't want to take up everybody's time because it's been a long day, but when you said considerably higher fines, you weren't joking.
I wasn't joking.
You're talking like...
I want someone driving illegally in Maryland with a Virginia tag to get the message that if they only had a Maryland tag and obeyed our law, their fine would be a fraction of what it is. Now, we can talk about whether the fines in the bill are too high. We can negotiate that.
Okay. And I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to just make sure I point out that law enforcement don't engage in speed traps. It's a selective enforcement.
This was the colloquial.
Got to clean it up one day.
Got it. Thank you.
So Senator West, I think you and I both misspoke. Mr. Sang wanted to testify, but we'll go to Senator James, and then Mr. Sang, you can have.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yep,
thank you.
Please.
So I should wait? Oh, okay, so I'm new to this subject. So Senator West, what is the definition of illegal registration? I don't have any idea, but you're saying this is illegal.
Yeah, Maryland law
registrations.
requires.
What is
Maryland
that?
law requires that if you are living in the state for 6 months.
Okay.
Within that 6-month period, you need to re-register your car that's tagged in another state and registered here in Maryland.
So instead of doing what you're doing, why can't the government just track these people down and say, hey, you can't continue this registration because it violates our law, and that would be a way to get them to comply. I just don't know.
Yeah, I've been informed that they have tried and tried and tried. For example, after they got this list of Maryland residents and their addresses, they sent a letter out.
Okay.
And they said, you're violating Maryland law, re-register your car.
Right.
And of the 4% of the people who received those letters re-registered, the other 96 did not.
Well, I guess what I don't know anything about is, to me, then if you're violating the law of registration, then we suspend you, right? Isn't it simple?
But they didn't register in Maryland, so we can't suspend them.
Okay, and you looked into it, and there's no other mechanism short of getting into differential speeding tickets.
Again, the MVA probably could hire people whose sole job it was to go to these people's houses and track them down, and personally give them a citation. But again, if they don't pay the citation, Virginia doesn't record that on their system. So they cannot pay the citation, and then the only solution is to go arrest them for failing to pay the citation.
Maybe. Last thing, again, I don't know this area of the law, so you can actually fine people different rates for the same infraction, like, the same rate of speed, over the speed limit. You can change the penalty based on an unrelated matter, which is your registration, albeit that's another problem, but I didn't know you could ever change the penalty for civil or criminal conduct based on an unrelated matter. So I don't know if you looked into that.
I'm pretty sensitive to constitutional issues.
So am I, that's why I mentioned it.
Exactly, and when I prepared this bill, I couldn't figure out what constitutional provision would be implicated by engaging in this kind of differentiation. So I think we can do it.
Well, yeah. Well, I just would think we would just check it out a little bit. But thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for your questions.
Senator Sidnor.
Well, I don't think you need a differentiation because one is if it's you're speeding while violating the registration law.
Right.
Versus speeding.
You're two violations of Maryland law.
Right. So that's your differentiation for the record, right? So I like the idea, but I'm just curious where it says that we shall enter into an agreement with Virginia.
Right.
But Virginia doesn't love us as much as we want to love Virginia.
The shall means we'll do the best we can. But, if we have to, we would simply have to use the Freedom of Information Act each year to get the updated list and do it that way. It'd be much better if Virginia would, and we do have a change of administration in Virginia, and we might find that they're more amenable to working with us on this issue.
Thank you.
I saw my first video this morning where someone it was a how-to video for Marylanders to register their car in Virginia, and they touched on everything you said. I had never seen a video, and it just coincidentally I saw it this morning.
It's like a cottage industry.
So they referenced the fees that we charge here in Maryland. That was a real thing. They referenced speeding tickets, that if you speed in Maryland with a Virginia plate.
The video actually said that if you registered in Virginia, you can go as fast as you want in Maryland, you won't get a speeding ticket.
That's correct.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll try to find that video. Mr. Sang, did you want to testify on behalf of this bill?
Yes, I will make it joyfully brief. Thank you, Mr. West, for introducing this legislation. John Sang here for the record with representing Safe Roads Maryland. I've sort of thrown my script up in the air because all these awesome points, the fundamental points of SB 115 that we ask for your favorable report on have been made. I would just only add that I think what you're talking about is, fraud, criminal, borderline, hearing about the how-to video for the first time. We entirely love the idea of the increased higher penalties and so forth. I think this JPR Judicial Proceedings Committee has played an awesome role over the past several years since we've been involved in lobbying for safer roads in Maryland. And we appreciate your taking up the helm to do your part to reduce roadway violence in Maryland, leading to fatalities, injuries, and crashes. The leading causes of death in the state of Maryland are heart disease, cancer, and motor vehicle crashes in that order. I like the odds of the Judicial Proceedings Committee and the Maryland General Assembly, along with the House, of course, in reducing number 3. It's on the trajectory down, and now's not the time to quit. There's no one-size-fits-all. It's going to be a quilt work of legislation and enforcement with a capital E that helps drive this number down to the Vision Zero that we all strive for. So thank you for your time and for your commitment. Thank you again, Mr. West.
Thank you.
All right, great. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sang. Any other further questions? All right, seeing none, that concludes the hearing. Senator West, on your Senate Bill 115, we'll now move to the final bill of the day, which is Senate Bill 145. Senator West, this is you as well.
Thank you. This is final bill of the day. It is one of the bills this year that I've agreed to sponsor on behalf of the Estates and Trust section of the Maryland State Bar Association. The Estates and Trust section represents all of the estates and trust lawyers throughout the state, and its bills each year reflect a considerable amount of work by the state's most experienced lawyers in this field. The subject of this bill is what happens to motor vehicles and vessels after the owner of the vehicle or the vessel dies. Currently, Maryland law provides that an individual who is the sole owner of a motor vehicle may designate a beneficiary in the motor vehicles on the MVA's system. The so-called transfer on death, or TOD designation, will then appear on the certificate of title for the motor vehicle, and upon the death of the sole owner, the vehicle will not be part of the probate estate. Instead, the beneficiary can immediately retitle the motor vehicle directly through the MVA. Avoiding probate in these situations is convenient and enables the heirs of a decedent to get on with their lives quickly and under existing law without the hassles of dealing with the probate court. Other assets that can also pass automatically under existing law without going through probate, if properly titled, are checking and savings accounts, brokerage accounts, and residences. So this is nothing special that only applies to vehicles. It applies to and is used chronically, constantly in connection with checking and savings accounts, brokerage accounts, and residences. Turning to vessels, the law in Maryland currently fails to enable the owner of a vessel to designate a beneficiary and thereby avoid probate as to the vessel after the death of the owner. So what does this bill do? It's been introduced to deal with two issues. First, under the motor vehicle laws, if a vehicle is owned by two people, either as joint tenants or as tenants by the entirety, there is currently no mechanism in the law for them to designate a beneficiary and thus avoid probate at the time that the survivor of the two people dies. Secondly, the owner or owners of a vessel, as I indicated earlier, have no mechanism available to them at all to designate a beneficiary and thereby avoid probate. So Senate Bill 145 rectifies this situation by authorizing the sole owner or the co-owners of a marine vessel to apply to the Department of Natural Resources to designate a beneficiary to take ownership of the vessel upon the death of the sole owner or upon the death of the survivor of the co-owners. And the bill also alters transfer on death designations for motor vehicles to allow two individuals who co-own a vehicle to designate a beneficiary who, once again, will take ownership of the vehicle upon the death of the sole owner or upon the death of the survivor of the two co-owners. So if passed, this bill will save both time and money for the beneficiary of Maryland's estates, enabling vessels and vehicles to pass to beneficiaries in the same way that bank accounts and brokerage accounts and residences can currently pass to beneficiaries without going through the time and expense of probate will be a salutary development. I appreciate the committee's consideration of the bill. I think Josh Winger is here online to supplement my testimony, and then we'll both take questions. Thank you.
Mr. Winger, you are next and good to go.
Yes, thank you, committee members. Hopefully you all can hear me, and I apologize very much for not being able to be in person today. But I am from the Estates and Trusts Law section of the Maryland State Bar Association, and on behalf of the MSBA, we thank you for your time considering MSB or SB 145. Thank you to Senator West for sponsoring the bill. He did succinctly explain the problem and the solution that SB 145 provides. As a practicing attorney, I can confirm that there are many motor vehicles who have utilized Transportation Code 13-115, motor vehicle owners, that is, designated TOD owner or TOD beneficiary. However, I can confirm that under current law, many Marylanders are shut out of this ability to designate a TOD beneficiary. So it is, as the MVA MDOT, joint owners cannot do it at all. So a very straightforward example that I see frequently, two parents who want to designate one of their children as a TOD beneficiary simply cannot because both parents are still living. It's an inadvertent issue with 13-115 that SB 145 resolves. As to marine vessels, a boat simply just cannot be done whatsoever, regardless of whether it's one parent, two parents, one owner, joint owners. So SB 145 resolves this entirely. Also, as to the Register of Wills and the Orphans Court, this will eliminate the need for government personnel to spend time processing probate when the decedent had a non-probate estate plan like Senator West spoke about, for their home, for their retirement accounts, and the only thing that the Register of Wills or Orphans Court would otherwise be needed for is the motor vehicle or the marine vessel. So the MSBA Estates and Trusts section does urge a favorable committee report, and like Senator West said, I'm happy to answer any question you might have.
We do have a question from Senator Henson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator, for the bill. When you mentioned the other assets that are able to be transferred in a similar fashion as the bill envisions for the marine vessels, you mentioned residences are able to be transferred in this way as well. Right. Where in the code does it provide for the transfer of residences in the similar fashion of transfer on death?
It would be in the real property code, and for example, tenants by the entirety. Very frequently, a husband and wife will own a piece of real estate, their house, as tenants by the entirety.
Sure. And that's more of like a surviving interest, though, where you have an ownership during the person's lifetime, and then they're the survivor of the joint ownership interest they share during life. And I only ask you that because a bill that I'm working on this session that's also a priority bill for the Legislative Black Caucus is a transfer on death deed for properties in the state of Maryland. Because right now we have a common law, not a statute, but we have under the common law, you can have a life estate with powers where you can transfer property that way, but the transfer on death deed for residences is not something that we have in the state of Maryland, but we certainly are interested in having. So if you had something that said something different, it certainly would save me a lot of time if
Let
we had
me
that.
turn to Mr. Winger, who is more familiar with the intricacies of this than me.
So yes, life estate deeds are in the common law, but another way to pass by non-probate would be transferred to a trust as well. That would be another way. As part of my practice, I do both. So by both common law life estate deeds, and then of course clients who want to make trust and do a deed transferring ownership to that trust. So those are two ways to pass real estate by non-probate means, where is intended to pass on to beneficiaries who do not co-own it with you while you're alive.
Mr. Winger, could you make contact with Senator Henson? Her address is on the state website, and work with her on her bill as needed?
Sure, yeah, we'd be happy to, with this section, we have worked on the TOD bills in the past for real estate. Yeah, absolutely, our section council could do that.
Just reach out to her. I'm sure she'd welcome your assistance.
I certainly would.
Sure.
And I think that you have rightfully tried to design around having to do exactly what he described in establishing a trust and then having to then populate the trust with the vessel and then having to transfer it to a beneficiary. In that way, to simply have the TOD would be, you know, beneficial for this and other assets as well. But thank you for answering that question, Senator. I appreciate it. Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator McKay.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator, for bringing this. You know, being on this committee, I've learned a lot from you. I've learned how to present a bill, but I've actually recently learned how to ask questions. And my question is it true that you slapped your attorney?
All right. With that,
I suspect when we get to the committee dinner, that may be on my mug.
I think that concludes our hearing today for Senate Bill 145 and concludes all our hearings for Wednesday. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.